Out here, miles from the nearest light, things don't always go wrong fast. Sometimes they go wrong quiet. These aren't ghost tales or camp legends passed around for thrill. They're the kind that leave evidence. Tire tracks, drag marks, a date circled on a missing person flyer. Each story in this series is drawn from the real wilderness crimes, disappearances, and encounters that seasoned campers swear were true. Names changed, maybe. The woods, they never do. So if you've ever wondered how it really happens, how ordinary nights turn into unsolved cases, stay close to the fire and listen. My name is Grace Lang. I am 31 years old, born in Lexington, Kentucky, and I've been camping since I could walk. My father taught me how to pitch a tent before I learned to drive, and every summer, I take one trip with the same small group of friends I've had since college. We're careful planners, the kind who check fire bans, bring spare batteries, and print topo maps even when we have GPS. We don't scare easily, not from wind through trees or strange calls at night. But what happened on that October day made all of us pack in silence and never camp together again. There were 5 of us that weekend: me, my boyfriend Aaron, my best friend Lucy, her younger brother Miles, and our friend Tom, who drove in from Nashville. We'd chosen a primitive site in Red River Gorge, the kind with no picnic table, no running water, no road access. You hike in a mile or 2 and make camp in a clearing off an unmarked trail. The point was to unplug for 24 hours before heading back to normal life. We left our cars at the gravel pull, off just after sunrise. The air was cold enough that our breath fogged in front of us. I remember how quiet the forest felt. No cicadas, just wind. We followed the creek bed until we found the clearing we'd marked on the map open, enough for tents, ringed by tall sycamores. Someone had camped there recently. A stone fire ring still held ash, and a few logs were half burned. We dropped our packs and started setting up. Aaron began pitching our tent, while Lucy unrolled the tarp for the kitchen area. Miles gathered kindling. Tom, who was always the scavenger, wandered the perimeter, checking for dry firewood. He came back 10 minutes later, holding something white and boxy in his hands. "Look what someone left behind," he said. It was an old Coleman cooler, off-white, plastic cracked at the edges. The kind you'd see in someone's garage, half buried under fishing rods. The red handle was missing on one side. When he set it down, I noticed it wasn't empty. I heard water slosh inside. "Maybe they forgot it," Aaron said, half joking. Lucy crouched beside it. "You think there's food in there?" Tom shrugged. "Only one way to find out." He popped the lid. A stale, wet smell came up. Melted ice water, faintly metallic. Floating on top was a sealed white envelope. No name, no writing. Just sealed with a strip of clear tape. Aaron frowned. "That's weird." Lucy looked at me, a small nervous smile tugging at her lips. "Grace, you're the cautious one. Should we even touch it?" I hesitated. The rational part of me said it was nothing. Maybe someone's forgotten love letter or notes from a park project. But the other part, the part shaped by a lifetime of ghost stories told around campfires, whispered that some things are left behind for a reason. "Let's just look," Tom said, already reaching in. His fingers brushed the envelope, then he froze. "Cold," he muttered, "like fridge cold." He pulled it out and handed it to me. I turned it over in my hands. It was damp but intact. The flap was taped tight. Through the paper, I could just make out the outline of something stiff. Photographs, maybe. Lucy exhaled. Oh my God. It's probably just pictures. Like some hiker's film stash. But the water in the cooler hadn't frozen. It had melted. That meant whoever left it hadn't been gone long. Aaron looked around the clearing. No packs, no trash, no footprints. Whoever was here cleaned up. Except for this, I said. Miles, who'd been quiet, said softly. Guys, look at the trees. We all turned. Around the clearing, spaced unevenly, were several tree trunks with pale marks. Little indentations, almost like someone had pressed a camera against the bark. Resin had chipped off, leaving rough patches the size of a lens. Tom tried to laugh. You're saying someone took pictures of trees? Or from the trees, Miles said. Lucy reached for the envelope again. Just open it. Let's see what's inside before we freak ourselves out. I tore the tape slowly. The seal broke with a faint crack. Inside were 10 Polaroid photos. The square kind with white borders and glossy fronts. They were still crisp, unbent, the colors sharp. The first photo showed the creek, bed we'd walked earlier that morning. I recognized a fallen log we'd stepped over, but the photo had been taken from behind the trees, as if someone was hiding and watching. The next photo was our group. Me, Aaron, Lucy, Miles, and Tom, walking single file down the trail. My red jacket was unmistakable. Aaron's green pack. Tom's white cap. Lucy's voice dropped. Wait, when was that taken? I flipped to the next photo. It was us again, closer this time, maybe 20 feet away. My head was turned slightly, hair caught mid-motion. We hadn't even reached the clearing yet. There were 8 more shots. All from behind trees, all from angles we'd never noticed. Each photo captured us from different distances, moving through the forest. The last one stopped my breath. It was a picture of our campsite. The same logs, the same fire ring. But our tents were already up, just like they were now. The sky in the photo looked identical to the one above us. Tom took the stack from my hands, flipping through them with trembling fingers. No way. That's not possible. We just got here. Aaron's jaw tightened. Someone's screwing with us. Lucy backed away from the cooler. Then where are they? You think someone's watching right now? We all scanned the tree line. Everything looked ordinary. Sunlight, leaves, shadows. But the feeling changed. That easy stillness from earlier curdled into something thick and alert. Every sound, a bird call, a crack of branch, felt deliberate. Aaron said, let's pack it up. We can move to the official site down the ridge. Tom shook his head. We hiked an hour in. You really want to haul all that back? I didn't answer. My mind was racing through every logical explanation. Lost hiker, prank, hidden cameras. But there were none that fit the timeline. Those Polaroids hadn't been weathered. They'd been taken that morning. Miles whispered. Whoever took them knew we were coming. We stayed silent after that. Even Lucy, who usually filled every gap with chatter, said nothing. Aaron started checking the tree line again, scanning the shadows. After a minute, he said, Grace, let's see the timestamps. They're Polaroids, no timestamps. He cursed softly. Then we leave. We can report it later. Tom picked up the cooler again, as if proof mattered. We should bring it. Show the ranger. I wanted to tell him to drop it, to leave it right there. But before I could, something glinted near the fire ring. A bit of plastic catching sunlight. Miles bent to pick it up. It was another Polaroid, face down in the dirt. He turned it over. This one wasn't of the trail or the creek. It was a close-up of the cooler itself, lid open. Envelope inside just as we'd found it. But what made my stomach twist was the reflection on the metal latch. It showed part of a hand, gripping the camera. And on the index finger was a band of bright red tape, the same color as the broken handle on the cooler. Lucy covered her mouth. That's not funny anymore. Tom dropped the cooler with a splash of old water. It's fine. It's just some creep who left early. Let's eat, pack, and get out before sunset. But as the day stretched on, the forest grew heavier. Even while we cooked, I felt eyes on me. When I stepped away to refill my water filter at the creek, I heard a soft click, like a camera shutter. I turned fast. No one there. Just branches shifting. I told myself it was paranoia. That sound carried strangely in these hills. But when I got back to camp, Aaron asked quietly, "Did you hear that?" "Hear what?" "Someone walking. Just now. Behind the sycamores." We waited, listening. Only the wind answered. Tom tried to lighten the mood. Maybe we should smile for the camera next time. No one laughed. By afternoon, the shadows had deepened, stretching across camp like dark hands. Miles started gathering his things without saying a word. Lucy helped him. Aaron double-checked his knife sheath. When we were ready to leave, Tom looked around and asked, "Where's the cooler?" It was gone. We searched the clearing twice, then 3 times. It wasn't behind the logs or near the creek. No drag marks, no footprints. Just gone, Lucy said. We didn't hear anyone. Aaron exhaled through his nose. Then it's still here. That's when we heard the click again. Faint, off to our left. Then another, behind us. Tom turned in a slow circle. "Who's there?" he shouted.
"You're trespassing!"
No answer. Only that same intermittent clicking, like insects, but slower. I felt the weight of the forest close around us. Every tree trunk a possible silhouette. Every patch of shade a doorway. Aaron grabbed my arm. "We're leaving. Now." We started back down the creek bed. No one spoke. The sounds followed, light, measured. Never quite close enough to locate. When we paused, they paused. About halfway to the trailhead, Tom looked back and said, "Do you see that?" On the far side of the creek, half hidden by trees, sat the cooler. It was upright, lid closed, red handle glinting through the branches. Lucy whispered, "It wasn't there before." We stood frozen. The current murmured between us and it. Miles said quietly, "Don't touch it." Tom hesitated, eyes darting between us. "We need proof. The ranger won't believe." Aaron snapped, "Forget proof. We're not staying another second." Tom didn't move toward it. Not yet. But he didn't turn away either. The cooler sat there, pale against the green, as if waiting for someone to come back. We kept walking. None of us looked behind again. By the time we reached the cars, dusk had turned the sky a flat gray. We loaded our packs fast. Lucy was shaking. Miles refused to speak. Aaron checked the tree line one last time before getting behind the wheel. No one mentioned the Polaroids again that night. Not until 3 days later, when I found a new one tucked under my windshield wiper. A picture of us leaving the site, taken from the same ridge we'd crossed. And in the corner of the frame, barely visible, was the old Coleman cooler. I didn't tell anyone about the Polaroid under my wiper. Not right away. It felt like a trick of the light. Something I could unsee if I didn't name it. I tossed it into the glove compartment and slammed it shut, 3 days later, on a Thursday evening, Lucy called me. Her voice sounded small. "Grace, did anyone come by your place?" "No. Why?" "There was something on my porch this morning. A package. No address label, just my name written in red marker. Inside were photos. I didn't have to ask what kind." "Office," I said. "Yeah, from that day. But not the same ones. These look newer." Her breathing hitched. "There's one of me sleeping. From my bedroom window." Silence stretched until I forced words out. "Call Aaron. Call the police." I did. They said unless there's a direct threat or trespassing caught on camera, it's not a criminal act. Just unsettling. Their word, not mine. I rubbed my forehead. "You didn't give anyone your address, did you?" "Of course not." She paused, then added, "Didn't you say the envelope was cold? Like fridge, cold?" "Yeah. Well, mine was freezing. Like ice inside. And when I checked, the package was damp. It smelled like the cooler. That smell, metallic water, faint rot, flashed back in my mind." We agreed to meet the next morning at Aaron's apartment. When I hung up, I checked the window locks twice. Then I opened the glove compartment. The Polaroid lay there, face up now. The corner had curled. I thought about burning it, but something stopped me. Part of me needed to keep it. Proof that it wasn't just a bad dream. The next morning, I drove through fog to Aaron's place on the edge of town. He lived above a garage. Narrow stairs that creaked with every step. Lucy and Miles were already there. Tom hadn't shown yet. Lucy had the photos spread across the kitchen table. 10 again, just like before. But these weren't taken in the forest. They were urban. Our cars in parking lots, gas stations, the outside of Aaron's building. Each one taken from behind something, a hedge, a corner, a parked truck. Always hidden. Miles pointed to one. "That's from Tuesday. I recognize that jacket. I wore it to work." "Who's doing this?" I asked. No one answered. Aaron picked up one of the shots, studying it closely. "Look," he said. "Top corner, same little mark." He was right. Each photo had a faint red fingerprint smudge near the border, circular and blurred. Lucy whispered, "Like the red tape." Tom arrived late, pale and sweating. He hadn't slept. He said someone had left the cooler on his front lawn during the night. He hadn't opened it. He just threw it into his truck and drove straight here. "Where is it now?" Aaron asked. "In the back," Tom said. "But it's locked." I tied the lid shut with rope. Lucy stepped back. "Why the hell did you bring it?" "Because it won't stop," he said flatly. "I thought maybe if we all saw it again, we'd figure out what this is." Aaron rubbed his jaw. "Or we just made ourselves bait again." We went out to the parking lot. Tom's truck sat under the maple tree, dew glistening on the windshield. The cooler was in the bed, tied with climbing rope. It looked smaller than I remembered, the white plastic dim under morning gray. Aaron climbed up and tapped the lid.
Hello. Cold.
I asked. He touched it with the back of his hand, then pulled away. Freezing. Tom reached for the knot, but I stopped him. "Don't. Let's see if anyone touched your truck first." He frowned but nodded. We circled the vehicle. The tires had dirt on them, normal. But under the tailgate latch, just above the license plate, was a small Polaroid taped with clear film. Lucy gasped. "Don't touch it." I leaned in. The photo was dark, underexposed, but the outline was unmistakable, all 5 of us standing in that very spot, staring down at the cooler. My hand was raised mid-gesture, like now. "Grace," Aaron said slowly. "That's impossible." Tom climbed back down from the bed, face gray. "Done. I'm getting rid of it." He untied the rope, grabbed the sides of the cooler, and heaved it off the truck. It hit the asphalt with a dull slap. The lid popped open slightly from the impact. Cold mist drifted out, not vapor exactly, but thin, translucent fog that coiled around our shoes. "Jesus," Lucy whispered. Tom nudged the lid open with his boot. Inside was ice again, but half melted. Floating on top were more Polaroids, edges stuck together. He pulled one out. It showed Aaron's apartment building. This one, taken from across the street, probably the same morning. The next one was the staircase, then the kitchen window, then the photo of us standing around the table, looking at the earlier photos. Lucy stumbled backward, her voice cracking. "It's watching us right now." Aaron grabbed her shoulder. "Inside. Everyone. Go." We rushed back upstairs, slamming the door and locking it. Miles drew the curtains tight. Aaron took a breath, trying to stay calm. "All right. Think. Someone's messing with us, tracking us somehow. Cameras, drones, something. There has to be a physical explanation." Tom said quietly, "How would a drone leave photos on porches?" No one answered. The apartment smelled faintly of cold plastic now. That same metallic wetness, seeping in as though the cooler had followed us upstairs. Lucy started shaking again. "It's not possible. We burned the fire ring. We left the site clean. How would they know our addresses?" I tried to stay rational. Maybe the park registry. License plates. They could have followed us out. Miles looked at me, his face pale. "Then why does it only happen to us? Not other campers?" Aaron said, "Because we opened it." The words hung there. We sat in silence, each replaying that moment. The lid creaking open, the envelope floating in melted ice. Tom broke the quiet. "We should go to the police. Show them everything." Aaron nodded. "We'll bring the cooler." Lucy shook her head hard. "No, we're not putting that thing back in the car." "I'll do it," Tom said. But when we went back down, the truck bed was empty. The rope lay coiled neatly where the cooler had been. No drag marks. No puddle. Aaron turned in a slow circle, scanning the lot. "Maybe someone took it," I said, but my voice didn't sound convincing. Lucy whispered, "Or it took itself. We left everything behind. Photos, rope, even Tom's keys. Aaron drove us out of town in my car, no plan, just distance. We ended up at an empty overlook off Route 77. The forest spread below us, still and endless." Tom finally spoke. "You ever hear about cursed objects that mirror people?" I turned to him. "Mirror how?" He rubbed his hands together. "Like, they copy moments. Keep replaying them. Maybe that's what the photos are. Reflections, not pictures." Aaron sighed. "You're talking about haunted film now." Tom didn't answer. He just stared through the windshield. Miles, who'd been quiet all morning, said softly, "What if the camera isn't taking new photos? What if it's just showing us what it already saw?" Lucy turned to him. "You mean?" He nodded. "It saw us arrive. It saw us leave. It saw us standing here." "Stop," Aaron said. "We're not feeding that. There's an explanation." But even he didn't sound convinced. We sat there until the sun dipped behind the ridge. The shadows stretched long again, and that feeling returned. The one from the clearing. The one that made the air feel heavy and too quiet. Tom broke the silence. "I can't go home tonight." Can I crash at your place, Aaron? Yeah, everyone can. We'll stick together till morning. We started the car. The headlights cut through mist curling low over the asphalt. As I reversed, the beam caught something pale at the edge of the overlook. The cooler. It sat right behind the guardrail, perfectly centered. I froze. Aaron saw it too. "Don't stop," he said under his breath. But I couldn't move. The red handle glinted in the lights. There was a smear of something darker on the lid. Mud, or maybe paint. Then, as the wind shifted, the lid lifted slightly and fell back down, like it was breathing. Lucy screamed. I slammed the accelerator. Gravel spat under the tires. The forest swallowed the overlook behind us. We didn't stop driving until we reached Aaron's place again, though none of us remembered choosing that direction. It was like the car found its own way. When we got inside, my phone buzzed. Unknown number. One photo attachment. It was us in the car, taken from the passenger side window. The angle was too high for a person, maybe tree height, and in the back seat, beside Lucy's head, barely visible through reflection, was the faint white outline of the cooler. We didn't sleep that night. Aaron locked the door, then dragged the couch against it. Lucy curled up in the corner, whispering prayers under her breath. Tom sat at the window, clutching a flashlight that kept dimming no matter how many times he replaced the batteries. Miles dozed off once around 2 a.m., but woke gasping. Said he'd dreamed the cooler was in the room. I stayed on the kitchen floor, back to the fridge, phone in my lap. The photo was still on the screen. Our reflection in the car window, the faint white box behind us. I zoomed in until the pixels broke apart. That faint haze near the cooler looked almost like a hand. At 30:17 a.m., another message came through. No text, just a location pin. Coordinates, same as the campsite. I showed Aaron. We have to tell someone. He nodded. Rangers, sheriff, whoever. We'll bring everything. The photos, the messages. Tom was already shaking his head. They won't believe this. Lucy said, "Then what do we do? Just wait here." The air in the apartment felt too still, heavy with that faint metallic cold again. Aaron said quietly, "We'll go back." Lucy's voice broke. "No, absolutely not. We need to see it," he said. "If someone's out there playing games, I want to end it. If it's something else..." He didn't finish. I don't remember agreeing. Just the motion of packing flashlights, phones, Tom's old revolver that he kept locked in a case. None of us talked much on the drive. The sky was just starting to pale, that soft gray blue of early dawn. The forest looked the same but wrong somehow. Too damp, too still. The creek bed shimmered with mist. We hiked without speaking, every step deliberate. When we reached the clearing, the fire ring was still there, cold ash undisturbed. But the cooler wasn't in the center anymore. It sat near the sycamore tree where we'd first seen it, lid open just a crack. Tom whispered, "How the hell did it get back here?" Aaron walked forward, hand hovering near his knife. "Stay behind me." I followed a few paces back. Lucy gripped my arms so tight her nails dug in. The cooler looked smaller than before. Or maybe the woods felt larger. A thin fog drifted around it. The lid shifted slightly with each breeze, that same soft tap. Aaron crouched. "No envelope this time. Don't touch it," I said. He froze, then glanced at me. We came here for answers. He reached out anyway. When he lifted the lid, the inside was empty. No ice, no photos. Just a clean white hollow that glowed faintly in the gray light. Miles exhaled shakily. "It's over?" Lucy said. "It's never over." Then, from somewhere behind us, came the sound of a camera shutter. Once. Then again. We spun around. Nothing. Aaron whispered, "Tom." Tom was still by the fire ring, flashlight beam cutting through mist. Not me. Another click. This time closer. Lucy's breathing quickened. "We're..." Click, it came from right beside us. Aaron swung his light toward the trees. For a split second, I thought I saw something move. A shadow taller than any of us, not walking, but swaying, like a figure strung up by invisible thread. Then it vanished. We ran. Instinct took over. Down the creek bed, past the ridge, hearts hammering. The forest echoed with our footsteps, and underneath, those faint, steady clicks. We didn't stop until the trail opened to the gravel lot where our cars waited. Except there was only one car. Mine. Tom's truck was gone. Aaron yelled his name. No answer. Lucy covered her mouth. He was right behind us. Miles started toward the trees, but I grabbed his arm. "No, we stay together." Then something thumped against my car hood. We froze. A Polaroid lay there face down. Aaron picked it up, turned it over. His expression went blank. He said. The photo showed him standing in front of the cooler, head bowed, hands on the lid. But his face, it wasn't quite right. Too pale, eyes unfocused. Behind him, faint in the background, was another shape. Tall and indistinct, hand raised mid-shutter. Lucy started crying. Aaron said, "Get in the car." We drove, fast. I don't remember the turns. Just the blur of trees. And the endless sense that something was keeping pace. Just beyond the reach of the headlights. We didn't speak until we hit pavement again. Miles stared out the window, lips moving silently. Lucy sat shaking, clutching her knees. Aaron kept glancing in the mirror. "Don't look back," I whispered. He didn't answer. By sunrise, we were back in town. We went straight to the ranger station. Empty this early, only a single officer inside. Aaron tried to explain, laying out the photos, the texts, the location pin. The officer listened, polite, skeptical. When he asked what exactly we'd found in the cooler, Aaron said, "Just pictures." The man nodded slowly. "We get odd stuff left out there. Hunters, teenagers. You folks should stay out of that area for now." He took our statement, handed back the photos, and that was it. No follow-up, no report. When we left, Lucy muttered, "They don't believe us." "They don't have to," Aaron said. "We're done with this." But later, when I pulled into my driveway, I noticed something sitting on my porch. White, square, familiar. The cooler. It looked almost clean now. No cracks, no stains. The red handle had been replaced. Aaron stopped his car behind mine, eyes wide. "Stay there." He got out, walked slowly toward it. The closer he got, the paler his face became. "Grace," he said quietly. "It's humming." I stepped out despite myself. The air around it was cold, breath fog cold. A low vibration filled the air, steady and mechanical, like a generator buried underground. Aaron reached for the latch. I grabbed his arm. "Don't." He looked at me, something defeated in his eyes. "It's already open." The lid was cracked just enough to see a sliver of white inside. Polaroids, stacked neatly. The top one showed my house, the next, my porch. Then me standing there looking down. The last photo was blank, except for faint words scrawled across the bottom, in red marker. "Keep it cold." That's when Aaron noticed the wet mark on the steps. A small puddle trailing away toward the street. Like meltwater. He followed it with his eyes, then froze. At the end of the trail, parked half in shadow, was Tom's truck. The driver's door hung open. The inside was dark. Aaron started forward, but the truck engine coughed to life before he reached it. Headlights flared, blinding. Through the glare, I could make out a silhouette in the driver's seat. Still, head tilted slightly to the side. Then the window rolled down halfway. A hand came out. Pale, motionless. In its grip was another Polaroid. It dropped onto the pavement, face down, as the truck pulled away slowly, disappearing down the street. We didn't chase it. Couldn't. When I finally bent to pick up the photo, my fingers were shaking. It was of the cooler again, sitting in a clearing. Except this time, it wasn't empty. Inside, barely visible through a thin layer of ice, was a human hand. Aaron said nothing. He just backed away, breathing hard, eyes fixed on the street until the sound of the truck faded. I burned that Polaroid later that night. Or I tried to. The photo curled, blackened, but didn't crumble. The image stayed faintly visible, the white of the cooler glowing through soot. The next morning, I found the ashes scattered neatly on my porch, and the cooler right where it had been. No one's heard from Tom since. His truck was found abandoned 2 counties over, doors locked, keys gone. The ranger who took the report said he'd seen old coolers dumped all over that area lately. Said it must be kids. Aaron moved west a month later. Lucy and Miles don't answer my calls anymore. I can't blame them. Sometimes I still hear it. That low hum, faint but steady, coming from somewhere near the basement. I tell myself it's just the pipes. But when I open the freezer door, the light flickers like a shutter. And in the thin frost coating the back wall, something faintly glows white beneath the ice. My name is Ezra Holt, age 34. I work as an environmental acoustics researcher for a small state university in West Virginia. That means I spend most of my time recording the natural soundscape. Bird calls, amphibian choruses, water flow, wind profiles. The goal is to chart what the biologists call acoustic diversity, a measure of ecological health. To most people, that sounds dull, but to me it's an archive of life itself, a pulse of a place caught in air. In early September of last year, I went to Cranberry Glades, a vast high-elevation wetland tucked deep in the Monongahela National Forest. The area's isolation has kept its ecosystem remarkably intact. I'd been granted a short permit to collect overnight recordings. Nothing dramatic, just a 24-hour station log to compare with data from the previous decade. I planned to hike in by late afternoon, set my recorder rigs before sunset, and camp alone through the night to ensure minimal human noise contamination. It was a clear day when I parked my old Subaru at the trailhead near the boardwalk loop. A thin mist hung over the bog even in daylight, rising like breath from the peat. The air had that clean, metallic chill particular to high bogs. Part pine resin, part cold iron. I checked my gear, field recorder, shotgun my windscreen, extra batteries, tripod tent, food for one night. Everything was routine. A ranger at the station earlier that morning had warned me the marsh can play tricks on sound. She said it lightly, like a local quirk. The uneven layers of moss and water can bend or muffle voices, and even throw echoes in odd directions. I'd studied those anomalies before. That was part of the job. I hiked out around 4. The sun slanted low through red spruce and larch, scattering orange light across the spungy ground. Every step made a muted squelch. I paused often to take ambient readings. Wind at 2.3 meters per second. Humidity high, temperature dropping. The glades opened like a shallow bowl, ringed by forested ridges. It felt sealed off from the world. By dusk, I'd chosen my site. A small rise of fir roots. A few hundred yards from the boardwalk's end, just beyond where tourists would normally venture. I pitched my tent there and set the recorder tripod a few meters away, facing the open marsh. I spoke into the microphone for calibration, noting date, time, and coordinates. The wind flattened my voice to a thin hiss. Night settled quickly. The bog darkened until only the sky's afterglow gave the sedges a faint steel sheen. I cooked a simple meal on a pocket stove, rice and canned trout, and listened as the world around me dimmed into its nocturnal rhythm. Crickets first, then a few wood frogs, then long gaps of stillness. By 10 p.m., the marsh had gone nearly silent except for distant water trickle and my own breathing. That quiet is rare and fragile. Most field workers grow restless in it, but I find it grounding. You hear your heartbeat more clearly. You sense the minute shifts in temperature and pressure, as if the landscape itself is inhaling beside you. At 11:57 p.m., I made a last note in my log: full silence since 2040. No wind, possible fog formation. Then, faintly, came the first sound: humming. It began almost imperceptibly, just a thread of melody sliding through the still air. I recognized it instantly. You are my sunshine. My mother used to hum that song while cleaning the house, a habit that stuck in my memory more than the words ever did. The tune drifted from the marsh, steady and slow, unaccompanied by any rustle or splash that would suggest movement. I assumed it was wind resonance. Bog reeds vibrating at random frequencies sometimes create tonal illusions. I even smiled at the coincidence of the melody. But as the sound grew clearer, I realized it wasn't resonance. It was a human voice. I stepped out of the tent, switching off my headlamp to avoid glare. The night was deep blue, moonless, heavy with mist. Across the open bog, I could see nothing but faint silhouettes of spruce. The humming continued no more than 40 yards away. A man's tone, low and unhurried, following the same melody I'd heard moments before. I called out, "Hello." The humming stopped instantly. The silence that followed was absolute. No frogs, no insects, just the soft drip of condensation from spruce needles. I waited. My pulse had quickened, but I wasn't frightened yet. People sometimes stray off the boardwalk after dark, though it's discouraged. I figured it was a camper or maybe a poacher checking traps. "Ranger patrol tomorrow," I added loudly, trying to sound official even though I wasn't. No answer came. I scanned with my flashlight. The beam dissolved in fog. Nothing moved. After a while, I returned to the tent, telling myself the sound might have carried from the forest edge. Temperature inversions can do strange things at night. Low air layers refracting distant noises to appear close. By 12:20 a.m., the hum returned. This time it was softer, as though the singer were moving farther away. The same tune again, only slower. I reached for my field recorder, which had been running the whole time, and checked the levels. The LED flickered faintly. Signal detected. Relief settled in. Whatever it was, I had captured it on tape. Data first, fear later. I sat outside the tent for another hour, listening. The tune rose and fell at irregular intervals. Always, "You are my sunshine." Always at that same measured pace. By 2 a.m., the fog thickened to near whiteout, and the humming finally faded for good. I shut down the recorder, zipped myself into the sleeping bag. and forced sleep through the tightness in my chest. When dawn broke, the marsh glowed pale gold. My gear was slick with dew. I brewed instant coffee and felt the familiar satisfaction of completion. Night survived, data gathered, nothing broken. I almost laughed at myself for feeling uneasy. Sound is deceptive out here. That's the first thing you learn. By 9 a.m., I'd packed camp and started the hike back. A few early hikers passed me on the boardwalk. I nodded, pretending nothing unusual had happened. I reached my car before noon and drove to the small lab office I rented in Marlinton. The drive was quiet except for the low rumble of the tires and the residual hum of the song looping in my head. Back at the lab, I unloaded the memory cards and plugged the recorder into my workstation. I set the playback from 1100 p.m. onward and adjusted the spectrogram display, just to confirm the noise sources. At first, everything looked standard: faint cricket, harmonics, wind artifacts, an occasional frog croak. Then, at exactly 20:30:57, the waveform shifted. There it was. The melody line appeared as a clear tonal contour, roughly between 200 and 300 hertz, human male range. I leaned closer, headphones tight, smiling despite the fatigue. I had it recorded cleanly. Then I noticed something odd. A secondary line followed half a beat behind the first, lower in pitch. Two voices, not one. I replayed the segment several times, convinced it was a formant echo. Maybe my own voice caught by the bog's reflective surface. To test, I checked the phase alignment between the tracks. The delay wasn't consistent. It wavered slightly, as though the second source were reacting, not reflecting. At 23:59:12, my own voice appeared. Faint but distinct. Hello. The second voice stopped. There was no corresponding environmental noise, spike that would indicate an echo. It stopped like a person pausing mid-song. I frowned and ran the frequency analysis again. The secondary tone did not match the harmonics of my own voice. It was a different timbre altogether, lower, thicker, with a faint rasp at the upper spectrum. Still, there were explanations. The bog's complex topography can produce what are called standing wave interferences, giving the illusion of response patterns. Or maybe the recorder's microphone, left running unattended, picked up feedback resonance from its housing. Nothing supernatural, just physics. To be sure, I opened the backup recorder. The smaller omnidirectional unit I'd clipped to my tent stake. If both captured the same signal, it would rule out equipment error. Both did. Two distinct voices, staggered by half a beat. I sat back, rubbing my eyes. Fatigue can skew perception, especially after a sleepless night. I decided to leave further analysis for later. I labeled the file, Frambury Septa Night 1, and stored it under field anomalies. But the curiosity didn't fade. By evening, after a shower and a real meal, I played the file again. This time through speakers, not headphones. The melody filled the small office, eerily intimate. When my own faint hum joined halfway through, unconscious mimicry, maybe. The second, deeper line followed perfectly, like a duet rehearsed countless times. I caught myself humming along, matching the first line exactly. That's when I realized something that made my stomach turn. The primary voice, the one leading the song, was mine. I hadn't sung. At least, not that I remembered. The clock on the wall read 8:42 p.m. I turned off the speakers and sat in silence, trying to reconstruct the night. Had I unconsciously hummed to steady myself? It's not uncommon. Researchers in isolation sometimes vocalize without awareness. That could explain the matching pitch. The second voice might be the echo that tricked me into believing it was external. Still, something about the timing felt deliberate. The half-beat delay, the depth of the second tone. Too precise for natural reflection. By 9 p.m., I'd convinced myself it was a case study worth writing up. Binaural field. Illusion under nocturnal temperature inversion. Dry, academic. Perfectly normal. But before I could draft the summary, I noticed a new file on the recorder. One I hadn't created. It was labeled simply, Schuensigner Sor 2, WAV. The timestamp reads Soedersen 03 a.m., the exact time I'd been inside the tent, silent. I hesitated only a moment before double-clicking. The file began with static, then a slow inhale. Mine, I thought, and the faint crackle of fabric. Then came the song again, clearer this time, as if the microphone had been lifted closer to the source. Two voices, perfectly aligned at first, then drifting apart. One rising, the other deepening until it blurred into a low vibration that almost ceased to be a voice at all. At the 15-second mark, there was a whisper. Just one word, indistinct, like breath caught on tape. I replayed it again and again, adjusting the EQ to isolate the consonants. It sounded like, stay. I replayed that word. Stay until the sound dissolved into grain. The more I listened, the less sure I became it was even a word at all. Could have been static modulation, or just the wind catching a wrinkle in the tent. But the human brain hates uncertainty. It bends noise into language because silence feels worse. Still, something about it unsettled me. I'm trained to explain anomalies, not assign meaning to them. Yet my fingers hesitated every time. I reached for the playback key. The rational part of me insisted it was compression distortion. But another part, the tired, lonely part that had spent too many nights in the field, felt that whisper like breath on the back of my neck. I shut down the workstation, backed up all files, and went home. My apartment in Lewisburg is a converted attic above a bakery. Low ceiling, warm smell of yeast. Usually that scent calms me. That night it didn't. I left the laptop open on the kitchen table and poured whiskey into a mug. At midnight, the tune started again. Not in the room, but in my head. Airworms aren't unusual after long listening sessions, but this one felt invasive. Like the melody had set its own metronome somewhere behind my eyes. I hummed a few bars unconsciously while brushing my teeth, stopped, then caught myself starting again moments later. I laughed out loud just to break the spell. By morning, I'd written half a page of analysis notes, trying to drain it of mystery possible causes. 1. Auditory pareidolia, false pattern recognition. 2. Resonance between my vocal pitch and environmental reflections. 3. Stress-induced self-mimicry. That third one bothered me most. Researchers working solo in isolated conditions can slip into strange feedback loops, talking to themselves, answering echoes, losing track of who spoke first. I'd read case reports. To check, I decided to reproduce the conditions. I packed up the same equipment and drove back toward Cranberry that afternoon. The ranger at the desk recognized me instantly. "Back already," she said, half amused. "Had some data irregularities," I replied. "Need to rerun the set." She shrugged. "Forecast says fog again tonight. Watch your footing." Fog was good. It thickened sound, made the air a perfect lens. I reached the site by dusk. Same spot, same tripod placement. I even marked the ground where my tent had stood before, to ensure identical geometry. If the hum came again, I'd triangulate its source using 2 recorders placed 50 meters apart. The marsh seemed quieter than before. No frogs this time, just wind calming the sedges. I recorded calibration notes at 2000, ate a cold sandwich, and waited. Hours passed. The sky clouded over, moon gone. Temperature dropped below 10 degrees. Nothing but the occasional owl hoot and my own shuffling. I spoke into the mic twice. Testing Holt 22 sign 31, just to keep myself alert. Then, at 20:30:49, the melody began again. It came from my left this time, faint but definite. The same tune, "You Are My Sunshine," slow, wavering. I froze, forcing myself to breathe evenly. I didn't call out, didn't move, only watched the LED levels on both recorders rise in tandem. The sound seemed closer than before, maybe 20 meters. I noted the timestamp, marked compass bearing 2:40 degrees, and turned on the second handheld recorder facing that direction. The tune stopped instantly. No footfalls, no rustle, nothing leaving. Just gone. I stayed awake till dawn, listening. The humming didn't return. Back in the lab, I loaded both audio tracks and aligned them. The first recorder caught the melody clearly for 32 seconds. The second, farther away, picked up only faint resonance. That gave me a rough distance. But when I overlapped the spectrograms, the problem repeated, two tonal lines, one fractionally delayed. The primary source and the secondary echo were separated by roughly 0.4 seconds. I ran spatial simulations, using terrain elevation data from the glades. No formation could produce that precise delay without a hard, reflective surface, like a wall or rock face, which the bog doesn't have. The logical conclusion, two separate sound sources. I hated that thought, not because it was sinister, but because it introduced human error. Someone out there had to be responsible, which meant my controlled data set was compromised. The Marsh Board of Access is closed at night, yet hikers sometimes sneak in. Maybe one of them decided to mess with me. Maybe they'd heard me recording the first time and came back for fun. That would explain everything. I decided to verify. 2 days later, I visited the ranger station again, this time asking if anyone else had logged entry that night. The ranger on duty checked the book. "No entries after 5, he said. "Why?" "Just some stray noises near the glades," I said, playing casual. He leaned back. "You probably heard the echo trick. Happens all the time. Those wetlands can throw your own voice half a mile away and back again." I nodded. I'd told myself the same thing, but the recording said otherwise. He paused. "You were up by the far boardwalk, right? That area used to have a monitoring post. Old weather hut. Burned down years back. Sound might bounce off the ruins." "Where exactly?" He sketched a rough X on the visitor map. "About a quarter mile south of where folks usually set up camp." I thanked him and left, heart ticking faster. That afternoon, I hiked out to the spot he'd marked. The bog grass swallowed my boots. After half an hour, I found it. A small rise of blackened timbers half sunk into the moss. The woods smelled faintly of creosote, even after all those years. Metal fragments littered the area, a twisted door hinge, melted nails, and half, buried in the peat near what might have been a foundation corner, something silver caught the light. I knelt and brushed it clean. A cassette recorder, half melted, corroded with age, but unmistakably an old handheld model, late 80s maybe. I pried it loose. The battery compartment had fused shut, but the tape inside was intact, though damp. The label, written in faded pen, read simply "Suen Sien." I stood there a long time holding it. Could have been coincidence. People leave junk everywhere. Still, the name hit me in the chest. I slid the recorder into a plastic evidence bag, from my kit and hiked out before dusk. Back at the lab, I let it dry overnight, then carefully transferred the tape to a working deck I use for archival conversions. I didn't expect much, probably degraded beyond use. But when I pressed play, the speaker crackled to life. Static wind, then a voice, distant male. Cranberry Glades, Tonive 4:2 p.m. Recording test, not mine. The voice continued, noting weather and temperature, just like I did. Then came silence, followed by the unmistakable melody, "You are my sunshine," one voice. Then, faintly, a second, deeper one joining in half a beat later. I stopped the tape. My hands were trembling. I rewound and played it again, slower this time. At the 12-second mark, the primary voice spoke. "Don't follow me into the fog." After that, the recording warped, frequencies collapsing into white hiss. I sat there staring at the deck, a knot forming behind my ribs. The handwriting on the label wasn't mine, but the cadence of the field notes, the phrasing, the rhythm, was eerily familiar. It was how I spoke during recordings, the clipped professional tone, the habit of stating time before every note. I checked the back of the tape case. A faint name had been carved there with a knife tip, almost worn away, E. Holt. My full name. At first, I thought it must have been another Holt. Common enough surname, but the idea lodged and refused to leave. The rational answer. I'd found an old tape left by a previous researcher coincidentally sharing my last name. The Glades have hosted dozens of studies over the decades. The irrational answer didn't bear thinking about. I spent the next week referencing research archives from the university. Only 2 prior sound studies had been conducted at Cranberry Glades. One in 1998 by Professor D. Marsh, another in 2011 by a graduate student named Evan Holt. Evan Holt. Different first name, but still. I tracked down the thesis abstract. The project was titled Acoustic Anomalies in High Elevation Peatlands. The final page contained a note from his advisor. Recording logs incomplete due to field incident. No further details. I tried emailing the address listed, but the domain no longer existed. University archives had no forwarding contact. The advisor, Dr. Marsh, had retired and moved out west. For the first time in years, I felt out of my depth. Science thrives on replication, but I was replicating someone else's absence. Same site, same method, same song. Maybe even the same mistake. I decided to reach out to the ranger station again, this time less formally. The same woman was there. The one who joked about sound tricks. I asked if she remembered a student researcher named Holt. She nodded slowly. Long time back. Real quiet kid. Came up here one fall and didn't check back out for 3 days. Search crew found his gear, but not him. Figured he got lost in fog, maybe fell into a sinkhole. You know how those bogs eat things. Her tone stayed light, but her eyes flickered toward the window, where the ridge met the clouds. I thanked her, left, and sat in my car without starting the engine. The marsh stretched unseen beyond the trees, full of mist and soft ground that swallows footprints by dawn. That night, I returned to the lab one last time and queued up Selen Syed Zoa 02, Wive alongside the tape I'd found. When I sensed the 2 tracks, the overlapping hums aligned almost perfectly. The same delay, the same inflection, decades apart. The spectrogram showed something else too. An irregular pulse beneath both voices, steady, like a heartbeat. Human voices fade in the marsh. Machines can lie. But a pulse means someone was alive. And if I could measure that frequency, maybe I could trace where it came from. I didn't sleep that night. The idea of a heartbeat on both recordings looped through me like a second pulse, steady and insistent. Sound doesn't haunt, people do. But I couldn't ignore how alive it felt, steady and metronomic, beneath the song. At sunrise, I drove back toward Cranberry, not to chase ghosts but to confirm data. That's what I told myself anyway. I brought the same equipment plus one. Addition, a portable seismometer, on loan from a geology colleague. If the pulse was environmental, a vibration in the peat, or water cycling under the surface, it would show up as a measurable frequency. Mist still hung low over the ridges. The ranger station was closed when I passed, so I left a note on my windshield in case anyone came looking. Research, acoustics, back by nightfall. The boardwalk shimmered with dew. Beyond it, the bog looked endless, flat as water but treacherous underfoot. I moved slow, careful not to break the crust where vegetation masked sinkholes. My boots sank an inch, maybe two, every few steps. I reached the old burned clearing by noon. The remnants of the weather hut looked smaller in daylight, just black ribs of timber sticking through moss. I unpacked the seismometer, planting its probe deep into the wet soil. Next to it I set both recorders, facing opposite directions, and marked my coordinates. Then I waited. For hours, the marsh stayed quiet. Wind teased the spruce. A dragonfly landed on my sleeve, its wings vibrating in sunlight. Every few minutes I checked the display, flatline except for wind noise. At 14:37, the ground began to hum. It wasn't sound exactly. More like the faintest tremor underfoot, rhythmic, consistent. The seismometer needle ticked gently in time. I crouched, watching it climb and fall, about 70 beats per minute. Too slow for machinery, too regular for water flow. My first thought was groundwater pumping, a pressure oscillation from a deep aquifer vent. But that kind of rhythm should vary with flow rate, not stay perfectly constant. I made a note anyway, possible subsurface hydrology interference. Faintly, the melody rose again. Soft, almost affectionate, as if someone were humming from just below the moss. The same tune, "You Are My Sunshine." I froze. Every instinct told me to run, but the scientist in me forced my hand toward the record button. The LED lit. The hum grew steadier. It wasn't just coming from one direction now. It radiated through the ground itself. I pressed my palm to the peat. It was vibrating. The melody slowed, one measure at a time, until each note seemed drawn out by breath. Beneath it, the pulse continued, unwavering. Then both sounds stopped, clean and sudden. The seismometer's line flattened. I exhaled for the first time in what felt like minutes. I replayed the clip on my handheld. The microphone had captured it clearly humming, faint but definite. But overlaying the waveform with the seismometer, data revealed something impossible. The pulse and the melody were synchronized, each beat matching the start of a note, as if whoever, or whatever, was producing the sound had a heartbeat perfectly in time with the song. I told myself there had to be a rational cause, maybe residual vibration from my own movement, or heartbeats transmitted through my body when I touched the ground. I tested the theory by walking several paces away, planting the probe deeper, and recording again. Silence. When I returned to the first spot, the pulse resumed. I marked the coordinates, packed my gear, and headed back before dusk. Halfway down the trail, fog rolled in quick as smoke, swallowing the path behind me. For a moment, I thought I heard humming again. Closer now, no echo at all. But it might have been the wind cutting through the reeds. By the time I reached my car, the air felt heavy, like something pressing down from above. I drove fast, watching the tree line vanish in the rearview until only the road remained. Back in the lab, I analyzed the readings late into the night. The pulse frequency sat precisely at 115 Hz, human heart rate range at rest. But amplitude decay showed no sign of biological variation. It was mechanical perfect. I compared it to the old session tape in my own recording. Same frequency, same consistency. Which meant one of two things. Either 3 separate recorders over 20 years had captured identical environmental resonance by coincidence, or they'd all been picking up the same continuing source. Something still vibrating under that bog. At 2 a.m., I drafted a field summary. Deliberately clinical subject Cranberry Glades. Acoustic seismic correlation. Date September 9 observation. Synchronized hum and low frequency pulse detected at identical coordinates on multiple devices. Hypothesis: localized sub-surface resonance caused by gas pocket oscillation or buried man-made object, e.g., metal tank. Further survey recommended. I didn't send it. I couldn't bring myself to reduce that strange harmony to mere resonance. By dawn, curiosity had eaten through exhaustion. I drove back with one goal: to find the object. The fog hadn't lifted yet, and the forest was empty. My boots found the same soft rise, where the pulse had been strongest. I unfolded a collapsible soil auger from the trunk and began drilling carefully through the top layer. The first meter was easy, just moss and loam. Then came resistance, something solid beneath, metal. I cleared more peat until the auger bit into a rusted surface, flat and broad. Tapping it gave a hollow echo. A buried tank, just as I'd guessed. I scraped off more moss, revealing a small inspection hatch with a corroded latch. Logic said old research equipment, maybe part of the original weather post. Stored instruments sometimes get left behind and buried over time. That would explain the vibration, a pressure release or airflow venting through residual gas. Still, I hesitated before opening it. The latch broke easily. Cold air sighed up from below, smelling faintly of iron and algae. I lifted the hatch a few inches, just enough to shine my flashlight inside. The beam caught water at the bottom, maybe a meter down. Floating on it was something pale. At first I thought it was plastic. Then my brain corrected the shape: a skull, half submerged, the jaw open as if mid-breath. I stumbled back, dropped the light. It bounced once against the metal and went out. My hands shook as I forced the hatch shut. I stood there in silence, hearing only my own pulse thudding against my ribs. No humming now, no song. Just the marsh breathing around me. I marked the GPS location and hiked out fast, every sound behind me magnified by fog. By the time I reached the car, I was soaked with sweat and peat. I didn't go to the Rangers immediately. I drove to the state police outpost in Richwood instead. The officer on duty, a young guy named Mercer, listened without expression as I explained what I'd found. "You're saying you uncovered human remains in Cranberry Glades?" "Yes. I didn't touch anything. Coordinates are in the log." He jotted notes, asked about permits, then radioed the county coroner. Within an hour, a small team was en route. They asked me to lead them back to the site. Fog thickened again as we hiked in. The Rangers joined halfway, their boots sucking through mud. I felt detached, like I was narrating someone else's story. When we reached the clearing, I pointed to the hatch. One officer pried it open while another shone a flashlight down. "Yeah," the coroner said softly. "Human. Looks old." They cordoned the area, pulled me aside for statements. and asked me to stay nearby until they finished. From a distance I watched as they lifted a tarp, wrap shape from the tank, bones clattering softly inside. By late afternoon, the coroner approached me. "We'll run forensics, but judging from decay, I'd say 15 to 20 years old. Male, maybe early 20s. Found with a rusted wristwatch and what's left of a cassette recorder." He handed me a sealed bag. Inside, under mud and corrosion, I saw the same model as the one I'd found days earlier. "Any ID?" I asked. "Not yet," he said. "But we did find an old student tag in the debris. Name's faded. Looks like Holt or Holt something." "Ring a bell." I didn't answer. The official report later listed it as unidentified male, presumed accidental death. No foul play indicated. They assumed the old weather hut collapsed and trapped him inside. I didn't correct them. Back at my lab, I opened the final recording one last time. Not the field tape, not Sayur 02, but the one from that day. The moment the seismometer caught the pulse. The heartbeat was gone. The waveform flatlined halfway through, right at the timestamp when they opened the hatch. I've run dozens of field projects since. Other wetlands, other forests, but I haven't gone back to Cranberry. The recordings are archived under resolved anomalies. That's not entirely true, of course, but it's how you keep science from becoming confession. Every so often, though, when I'm editing late at night, and the building huns with air vents and old wiring, I catch myself humming the first few bars of "You Are My Sunshine." It slips out uninvited, low and steady, exactly half a beat too late. My name is Willa Crane, and the story I'm about to tell took place on a mild October afternoon, in the kind of hollow that holds sound a second too long. I'd driven down from Lexington to photograph the remnants of old mining camps for a local history project. Mostly collapsed shafts, rusted pulleys, company houses that looked like they were waiting for their owners to come back with a paycheck that never came. I wasn't alone. Exactly. My companion that day was a 70-year, old amateur historian named Sheriff Lewis Danner. Retired 2 decades, but still wearing the same belt and badge out of habit. He'd offered to show me a forgotten boundary marker, somewhere off the main service road, claiming it dated to before the first Ray Spur reached Breathitt County. "You'll want a good camera," he'd said over the phone. "It's peculiar work." We parked his old Chevy by a thicket of sweet gum and hickory. The road behind us curved away in a gentle S, fading into a tangle of kudzu and coal dust. The smell of damp rock hung heavy in the air. That sweet, rot scent you get near abandoned shafts. I should have noticed then how quiet the forest was. Even the crows had given up on noise. Danner led the way, his flashlight swinging, even though the sun hadn't dropped yet. "You'll see why they called it the bone fence," he muttered as we climbed over a berm. "Don't spook easy, do you?" "Not really," I lied. The first section appeared through the trees like the ribs of a stranded whale, pale shapes jutting from red clay. At a distance, they looked like driftwood, bleached by years of sun. Until I got closer and saw the texture. Porous, weather-eaten, and jointed in ways no tree could be. It stretched maybe 50 yards, a jagged line following the slope. Vertebrae and long bones lashed with rusty wire, all angled upright like posts. Whoever built it had known anatomy. Each piece balanced with care, knuckle against socket, femur against femur. A grotesque kind of craftsmanship. I felt my throat go dry. You're sure these aren't animal? Danner crouched near one post, running a calloused thumb over a carved groove. Not deer. Not elk. I was county sheriff long enough to tell the difference. He squinted, tracing the etching. See here, initials and a day 14. They all got one. He moved down the line, reading softly. HC, 1902 JT, 1906, EC, 1919. The pattern was almost rhythmic. Between every few posts, a single word appeared: forgiven. The word didn't look like English after a while. More like an incantation carved too many times. I lifted my camera and began shooting. Each flash felt intrusive, echoing off the hill like a small clap of thunder. Somewhere in the woods, a branch cracked, maybe a deer, but it made both of us pause. Who built it? I asked. Miners, most figure. Old stories said they'd mark debtors. Men who died owing more than they earned. When the company took everything, land, family, name, they'd drive bones into the ground to balance the ledger. The way a banker might burn an old note. He said it casually, like that explained anything. The last section of fence dipped toward a dry creek bed. I crouched for a close shot and froze. On the nearest bone, a femur thick as my wrist, someone had carved a date barely scabbed over with lichen. October 23, 2025. Next week. My first thought was that some hiker had added it recently as a prank. But the engraving was deep, deliberate. The grooves had already started to gray, as if they'd been there longer than they could have been. Lewis. I called. This one's got next week's date. He ambled over, stooped, and whistled low. Damn fool kids. But his tone didn't match the words. He rubbed the numbers with his thumb until they bled faintly in the dirt. Still feels fresh, he murmured. We stood there longer than made sense, just listening. The wind picked up from the hollow. Not cold, just hollow itself. Like it had passed through a space meant for more people than were alive to fill it. Finally, Danner straightened. Let's head back. I've seen enough of dead men's paperwork for one day. I didn't argue. We walked in silence, though I noticed he kept glancing over his shoulder. The path we'd followed looked different now. The trees too close, the undergrowth too neat, as if trimmed. At one bend, the trail forked into two nearly identical tracks. Danner hesitated, frowned, then took the left. Wasn't here before. When we reached the truck, the air had cooled. I checked my watch, 5:17 p.m., but the shadows said later, near dusk. I stowed my camera and leaned against the door. Something on your mind? I asked. He tapped his badge absently. That last date. You said next week. Yeah. You coming back before then? I was planning to process the photos, maybe return for better light. He nodded slowly. Might want to skip that. I laughed, half serious. Why? Danner pulled a crumpled envelope from his glove box and handed it to me. Inside was a photocopy of a missing person notice from 1998. A young woman named Harriet Cole, last seen near the old mining boundary. Beneath the black and white photo, a note in pen reads he found her bones at the fence. Date carved same as disappearance. Someone been keeping the books up to date, he said. The drive back was quiet. By the time I reached my motel in Jackson, the sun had fully set, and my hands still smelled faintly of iron. I uploaded the photos to my laptop, zooming on the carvings. The letters were rough but uniform, cut with the same hand, maybe the same knife. Under the harsh LED light of the motel desk lamp, the word forgiven looked almost tender. I told myself I'd email Danner a few shots in the morning. Instead, I fell asleep on top of the covers with the laptop open, half dreaming of clicking shutters and white dust. At 3:12 a.m., I woke to a faint ping. My inbox had a new message. No subject line. The sender's address was blank, just an attachment labeled IMG to 1523. JPG. I hesitated, then opened it. The photo was mine. Same composition, same frame, except for one difference. In my original shot, the nearest bone was blank where lichen had grown. In this version, that lichen had peeled back, revealing freshly carved letters. WC 2025. I sat up so fast the laptop slid off the bed. The timestamp read 3:11 a.m., 1 minute before the email arrived. For a long time, I just stared at the screen, waiting for my brain to catch up. I tried to rationalize. Maybe a glitch in the file. Maybe Danner playing some kind of sick joke. But the man could barely text, let alone doctor photos. I closed the laptop, stuffed it under the pillow like that would help, and sat with my back to the headboard until dawn. When daylight finally leaked through curtains, I decided to drive straight to Danner's place before I talked myself out of it. He lived 20 minutes outside of town. A small ranch house with a flag out front and a porch swing that groaned with each wind gust. His truck wasn't there. The front door was locked. I left a note under a flower pot. Call me when you get this. We need to talk. Back in the car, I pulled up the photo again. The detail was too clear, too deliberate. The carving of my initials precise as handwriting. I checked the metadata. The photo's creation date, October 23, 25, 17 p.m. The same time my watch had frozen the evening before. I should have deleted it. Instead, I saved it to a flash drive and slipped it into my camera bag. Curiosity has always been my curse. By noon, I'd driven back toward the site, telling myself I just wanted daylight verification. I parked at the same curve, left the keys in the ignition, and hiked down through the sweet gum. The woods looked unchanged. The same hush, the same slant of light. But as I neared the ridge, I noticed something that hadn't been there before. A small wooden cross laid against one of the fence posts. Fresh pine, still fragrant. A name burned into it in neat block letters. Lys Dinar. Below it a date, October 17, 2025. Today. I didn't move for what felt like a full minute. Then I turned and ran. The path behind me had forked again, or maybe it never hadn't. Every turn looked like the last. The forest was too symmetrical, the silence too absolute. When I finally burst back onto the road, my truck was still there, but the passenger seat held something that hadn't been before. Danner's old flashlight. Mud still fresh on the handle, and wrapped around it, tied like a ribbon, a strip of paper. On it, in shaky handwriting, debts paid. Forgiven. I didn't start the engine right away. My fingers were clenched so tightly around the steering wheel that the plastic creaked. The paper strip lay on the passenger seat beside. Danner's flashlight curling at the edges like it had been heated. Debts paid. Forgiven. The handwriting looked faintly wrong for him. Too tidy, too deliberate. But I couldn't shake the smell of his aftershave from the paper. I told myself he'd left it as some kind of test. Maybe he was messing with me. Maybe the cross was part of his peculiar boundary marker act. People who spend too long alone in these hills get eccentric about their stories. That's what I repeated over and over, until it sounded almost rational. Still, I couldn't bring myself to drive away. Something in me wanted proof. Confirmation that I hadn't just stepped into someone else's unfinished folklore. I turned the key. The engine coughed once and died. The second try worked. I shifted into reverse, then froze when my rearview mirror, movement at the edge of the tree line, a pale shape between trunks. Not moving, just there. I blinked and it was gone. I left anyway, tires spinning on the clay. Every few seconds I checked the mirror, expecting the trees themselves to follow. They didn't. The road wound down toward Jackson, the air thick with dust and the faint shimmer of heat that shouldn't have existed on an October morning. Back at the motel, I locked the door and slid the bolt. The place smelled faintly of bleach and mildew. I made coffee that tasted like rust, plugged in my laptop, and pulled up the photographs again. Each one timestamped precisely 5 minutes apart. That shouldn't have been possible. I'd taken them quickly, one after another. In the third image, the lighting had shifted slightly. My shadow fell longer than before, as if the sun had dropped an hour in between. In the fifth, something stood near the far edge of the frame, a faint smudge of gray beside the fence. I zoomed in until the pixels blurred. The outline suggested a figure, shoulders bent, head tilted. I pushed the laptop away. No, I said aloud, just to hear something human. By mid-afternoon, I decided to visit the county sheriff's office, Danner's old department. Maybe they'd tell me where he was. Maybe laugh this all off. Anything would be better than the silence hanging around that fence. The clerk on duty was a young woman with a badge that read J. Miles. When I asked for Sheriff Danner, she frowned. "Retired years ago," she said. "You a relative, friend," I said. "We were out near the old mine boundary yesterday. He said he'd show me something." She hesitated. "I'm sorry, Mom, but you must be mistaken. Sheriff Danner passed in 2019. Heart failure. You sure you got the right name?" The air went out of me. That can't be right. I talked to him yesterday. He drove me up there himself. Her eyes softened, but not with belief. "Mom, he's buried at Elk Hollow Cemetery. If you knew him." "I'm real sorry." I thanked her mechanically and left before she could say more. Outside, the sky had gone colorless. I sat in the car, staring at my own reflection in the windshield, half expecting it to twitch independently. I checked my phone call log. Danner's number still there, a call placed 2 days earlier, 13 minutes long. The contact photo I'd taken, his lined face under a ball cap, had vanished. Just a blank silhouette remained. I could have gone home then. I could have burned the flash drive, deleted the photos, written it all off as shock or grief, or misremembering. But something about that date, the one carved into the bone, the one on the email metadata, had its hooks in me. October 23rd. The day I'd apparently be added to that fence. I drove back toward Elk Hollow before I could talk myself out of it. The cemetery sat on a ridge overlooking the highway, ringed by iron gates. Late day sun stretched the shadows of marble markers until they touched each other like long fingers. I found Danner's grave near the back. His headstone was simple: Louis E. Danner, 1949-2019. Beloved husband, father, sheriff. Someone had left a sheriff's badge, pinned to a ribbon at the base. It caught the light in a way that made my stomach turn. I crouched and whispered, "If this is some kind of joke, I get it. You can stop now." The breeze shifted. Leaves rustled against my jacket like paper on bone. When I straightened, there was a man standing a few rows away. Mid-50s maybe. Plaid shirt. Work boots, watching me with cautious interest. "Afternoon," he said. "You visiting Lou?" I nodded. Worked under him a while. Good man. The stranger's gaze flicked to my rental car. You come in from out of town? Lexington, I said. He smiled faintly. Lou used to take people out to that old mining line. Told him stories about debtors and fences and all that nonsense. Always said he'd build his own fence one day. The way he said it. Fondly. Not accusing, sent a cold ripple through me. Did he ever? I asked. The man shook his head. Not that I heard. But after he died, folks kept finding little bone charms by the creek. Teeth, mostly. Carved with dates that didn't make sense. I thanked him and left. Back at the motel, twilight pressed against the window like fogged glass. I poured the rest of the bitter coffee down the drain and stared at the paper strip again. Deb's paid. Forgiven. It hit me that whoever, or whatever, had carved those bones wasn't marking deaths at random. They were settling accounts. The miner's debts? Maybe. Danner's stories had always been about balance. And if he'd gone, maybe someone else had taken up the work. I didn't believe in curses, but I believed in patterns. At 9:43 p.m., my phone buzzed. Unknown number. Against every shred of reason, I answered. A man's voice, low and deliberate. You went back, didn't you? Who is this? You shouldn't have touched anything. The line clicked dead. I stared at the screen until it dimmed. Then I packed. Camera, laptop, flash drive. I didn't care about the deposit. I just needed out of Jackson before morning. The motel lot was empty except for my truck. The air smelled of wood smoke, faint but growing. As I tossed my bag in the passenger seat, my phone buzzed again. This time a text from the same unknown number. No message, just a photo. It was taken from behind me through the motel window. My silhouette framed by lamplight. The timestamp read 9:43 p.m. I floored the gas, the tires shrieking against asphalt. Once I hit the main highway, I didn't stop until I saw the green sign for Clay County. The woods rose dense on both sides, swallow and cell signal and moonlight alike. I was halfway through the switchbacks when headlights flared behind me. Too close, too sudden. A dark pickup, old model, no plates. It followed tight, matching every turn. I pushed to 70 on a road meant for 50. My breath came short, palms slick against the wheel. The truck's lights blinked twice like a signal. Then, just as quick, they were gone. I pulled over at a turnout and sat with the engine running, chest heaving. Nothing but night and the sigh of wind through pine. No other cars. No sound of retreating tires. When I finally turned off the engine, I realized I could still hear the clicking of something small and rhythmic. Metal against metal. I followed the sound with the flashlight. Hanging from my rear bumper, swaying gently, was a length of rusted wire. Twisted through it, white and porous, was a single vertebra the size of a child's fist, carved into one smooth face WC, 2025. I couldn't breathe. I threw it into the ditch and drove until dawn. Somewhere past Hazard, I found an open diner and stopped just to remember how other people sounded. The waitress brought coffee without asking. When she noticed my hands shaking, she asked if I was all right. Just tired, I said. She smiled sympathetically. Be careful driving. This stretch can get strange at night. Folks say the miners never left. Her words should have felt like small talk. Instead, they landed like a statement of fact. When I reached Lexington, I parked on the street and sat for a long time, watching the sunrise bleed over rooftops. The city felt unreal after the woods. Too clean, too bright. I pulled the flash drive from my pocket and turned it over in my palm. For a second I thought about deleting everything, but curiosity has its own gravity. I plugged it in. Inside was just one file, not the folder of fence photos I'd saved, just a single image titled Final Ledger. JPU. The photo showed the fence again. Same angle as before, but extended now, the posts running farther down the slope. The last visible bone bore my initials. Below it, a new one waited. The carving wasn't finished, but the letters were clear enough to read JM. 2025. Miles. The clerk from the sheriff's office. I stared until the monitor's light faded against the dawn. The pattern wasn't random. Someone was keeping score, and the next name after mine was already being carved. By the time the sun had cleared the rooftops, my apartment didn't feel like mine anymore. Every corner seemed to hum, faintly off pitch, like the place was remembering something I hadn't done yet. I showered twice, hoping the smell of iron would wash off, but it clung inside the drain under my nails. I kept seeing the image my initials burned into bone, and below them, JM. 2025. Deputy Miles hadn't done anything except tell me a fact. Whatever this thing was, it wasn't random. It was deliberate, methodical. I brewed coffee I didn't drink and opened my laptop again. The flash drive's light pulsed once every few seconds. Steady, like a heartbeat. When I opened Final Ledger, JP, the file date had changed overnight to October 23, 2025, 5:17 p.m., the same time again. I checked my phone's clock 8:02 a.m., October 17, 6 days. I wasn't waiting that long. I packed my camera, flashlight, and a printed copy of Danner's missing persons notice. The one with the handwritten line. Found her bones at the fence. I added a folding knife from my toolbox because it felt wrong to go unarmed, even if I couldn't name what I was afraid of. Before leaving, I called the sheriff's office. Miles picked up on the second ring. Sheriff's Department. Deputy Miles. It's Willa Crane, I said quietly. Listen, you might think I'm crazy, but I think someone's targeting you. There's a list. Names, initials, dates carved on a fence in the woods. Yours is next. Silence stretched long enough that I thought the call had dropped. Then she said, Mems Crane, are you feeling safe right now? This isn't about me, I snapped. I need you to meet me near the old mining road this afternoon. Bring backup. I can't just. I'll send perf, I said. I texted her the photo from the flash drive. 2 minutes later she called back, voice smaller. I'll meet you there at noon. But if this is some stunt. It's not. Noon felt like an appointment with something inevitable. The drive south blurred. Counties passing in waves of rust-colored forest. I half expected to see that unmarked pickup behind me again. But the highway stayed empty. When I turned off onto the old service road, the trees swallowed the daylight. Miles's cruiser waited by the curve. Lights off. She leaned against the hood, one hand near her radio. Her expression was guarded, but her eyes flicked between me and the woods, uneasy. Show me, she said. We hiked the same path Danner and I had taken, the one that never felt the same twice. The woods were too quiet again. Every few steps I caught glimpses of pale shapes through the undergrowth. Stones, maybe. My mind filled the silence with the echo of our boots. When the fence came into view, Miles stopped short. Jesus. The bones were whiter than I remembered. The wire gleamed faintly, as if polished overnight. Look at the carvings, I said. She approached, crouched, and traced a finger over one post. Their dates, she murmured, and initials. What the hell is this? I pointed to the section near the creek. That's where I saw mine. She found it quickly. WC 2025. Still there, fresh as if carved that morning. Then she froze. There's another one beneath it. The carving was neat, new, the cuts clean. JM 2025. The space beneath was empty, waiting. Miles straightened, jaw tight. Someone's screwing with us. Maybe that old sheriff you mentioned. He's dead, I said. Something cracked deeper in the woods. Not loud, just decisive. Miles drew her sidearm. Stay behind me. I followed as she swept her flashlight across the trees. The beam caught a shape low to the ground. What looked like an old mining cart half buried in dirt. We stepped closer. Inside lay bones. Small and uneven, not yet strung into the fence. Each one marked with half-finished initials. Fresh chips of white dust clung to the wire spool beside them. I turned slowly. Whoever's building it, they're still working. Miles reached for her radio. Static hissed, then cut out. She tapped it. Dispatch. You reading? No response. Then a voice came through. Not the dispatcher's, but low and familiar. Deb's paid. Miles froze. Who the hell? The radio crackled again. Forgiven. She dropped it like it had burned her. From somewhere behind the fence came the dry sound of wire tightening. One post shivered, the bones knocking gently together like chimes. Miles grabbed my arm. We're leaving. I didn't argue. We ran until the path broke open onto the road, lungs burning. But the cruiser wasn't where we'd left it. Just empty gravel and a long skid, mark trailing into the ditch. Maybe someone touted. I said, breathless. She shot me a look. Out here. Her hand went to her holster again, but before she could say more, headlights flashed through the trees. The same old pickup, engine idling low. The window rolled down. Sheriff Danner. Miles called. Half hopeful, half mocking. The man inside wasn't Danner. He wore the uniform, though, badge dull, hat shadowing his face. You found it, he said evenly. Miles leveled her gun. Step out of the vehicle. He didn't move. You shouldn't have come back. Miss Crane. Lou told you once was enough. Something about his voice made the hair rise on my arms. Slow, deliberate, worn thin by repetition, like it had been practiced for years. Who are you? I demanded. He ignored the question. The ledger has to close. We all owe something, don't we? Miles fired once into the ground. Now, the man sighed. You think bullets fix debt? Then he turned the headlights full on. For a heartbeat, the light swallowed everything. When my vision cleared, the truck was empty. Driver's door hanging open, engine still humming. Miles lowered her gun, breathing hard. We're leaving. Right now. We climbed into the cruiser, which was suddenly right where we'd left it. I didn't question it. She started the engine. Tires spitting gravel. We didn't speak until we hit the main highway. After a few miles, she said quietly, You see him too, right? I nodded. You got his badge number? No. We drove in silence until she pulled into a gas station. She insisted on checking the trunk for the wire or bones. Nothing there. Just the faint smell of soil and something old. She turned to me. You're staying in town tonight. I'll file a report. See if any old deputies are still around who might know about this fence. I should have let her handle it, but some part of me already knew she wouldn't make it that far. That night, I sat in a cheap motel. 2 counties over, curtains drawn. Around 11 p.m., my phone buzzed. Unknown number, a single image attached. It was the fence again, closer this time. The latest bone had been added. JM, 2025. Below it, blank space. I called the sheriff's office in Jackson. No answer. The next morning, news broke online. Deputy Julia Miles found deceased off Route 9. Vehicle overturned. Cause under investigation. The report listed time of death as 5:17 p.m. Same minute as every timestamp. That was the moment something in me gave way. Not from fear, but from understanding. The pattern wasn't hunting people randomly. It was balancing ledgers. Each name connected to the one before, like a chain. Whoever touched the fence became part of the record. Danner, me Miles. And now that the debt was balanced, the ledger would wait for the next signature. I drove back one final time. The woods met me with the same hollow stillness. No birds, no wind. The fence stood as it always had. Elegant, grotesque, complete. I set my camera on a rock, aimed it at the line of bones, and pressed record. "My name is Willa Crane," I said softly. "If you find this, leave it alone. The fence isn't history. It's inventory." The wind stirred then, gentle, almost approving. When I turned to leave, I saw a new post lying ready at the end of the line. Clean bone, wire coiled beside it. Waiting. I left the camera running and walked back toward the road. The footage, if anyone ever watched it, would show nothing more than a still forest and, eventually, a flicker of movement as one more bone rose to join the fence. Neatly lashed. Initials freshly cut. WC, 2025. By the time the recording ended, the ledger was balanced again, and the fence kept its silence. My name is Dane Cormack. I'm 42 years old, a wildlife surveyor contracted by the U.S. Forest Service. I've spent most of my adult life alone in the backcountry, logging tree samples, cataloging animal signs, keeping quiet company with wind and dirt. The woods have never frightened me, until the night a man sat by my fire wearing my boots. It was late October, and I'd been working a stretch of mixed hardwood and pine forest near the Cumberland Plateau, Kentucky side. My task was simple: confirm a series of trail cam installations and mark any new erosion damage before winter. I'd been hiking since dawn, and by sunset, I'd set camp near a dry creek bed, a good half-mile off the logging road. The ground was soft with leaf rot, and the smell of smoke clung to the still air. I remember thinking how quiet it felt. No cicadas, no nightjars. Even the creek's trickle had gone hollow, like water moving under something heavy. By the time I gathered wood and struck a match, the light was almost gone. Fire's always a comfort out there, not just for warmth, but because it marks a boundary. Inside the circle, you can see everything that belongs to you. Outside it, only what chooses to step forward. That night, I ate cold beans and jerky and watched the flames stretch and collapse. Around 8:30, I unrolled my sleeping pad beside the fire, content to sit a while longer before crawling in. My pack was behind me, boots unlaced, radio still clipped to the side. When I turned back toward the fire, he was already there. A man sat across from me, knees bent close, elbows on thighs, staring into the coals like he'd been waiting for me to notice. He wore my flannel shirt, the red and gray one I'd folded on top of my pack, and the same model of boots, though muddy to the ankles. His face was half lit, half shadowed, rough with stubble, and his eyes, they caught the firelight like animal glass. I froze. My first thought was that I'd stumbled into a trespasser or a drifter. I reached for my radio without breaking eye contact. "Evening," he said, voice steady low. "Didn't mean to startle you. How'd you?" My hand brushed the pack. Empty. The radio wasn't there. Neither was the shirt outfolded, nor the boots I'd set out to dry. "Those are mine," I said. He smiled faintly. "They fit pretty well." The fire cracked between us. He leaned forward, palms to the warmth. His fingernails were black with soot, or maybe blood. "Name's Dane," he said. I felt the name drop in my chest like a stone. "What did you say?" "Dane," he repeated. Dane Cormack. The air behind my teeth went dry. I stared at him, same frame, same build. The longer I looked, the more the details aligned. The scar above his right brow, the sun-burned notch on his neck. I had them too. I stood. "Get away from my gear." He didn't move. "Already called it in," he said calmly, eyes on the flames. "Rangers on the way." "Called what in?" "Your disappearance." The woods around us held their breath. I glanced toward the trees, half expecting to see headlights or a flashlight beam. Nothing. Just the whisper of cold wind through bare branches. He didn't flinch. Didn't look at me, only the fire, as though seeing something inside it. "You were overdue 2 nights ago," he murmured. "Left the truck at mile marker 9. Radio last checked in near Dry Creek Spur." "That's here." He nodded toward the ground. Then silence. My chest tightened. He was describing my route, my exact log notes from that morning. No one else knew them. "Not yet." "Who the hell are you?" I said. He tilted his head slightly, the way a mirror does when catching new light. "You know." I felt myself step backward before realizing I'd moved. The forest seemed to absorb sound. No echo, no crickets. Just the hiss of flame. My instinct said run, but I couldn't leave without my boots or radio, and he had both. So I played along. "If you're with the Rangers," I said, forcing the even tone, "you can show me your ID." He laughed once, quiet and dry. "You'd like that, wouldn't you?" "Yeah." He lifted one hand and pointed toward my pack. "Check the side pocket." I kept my eyes on him as I crouched. Unzipped the flap. Inside was my own laminated ID card. Same photo, same credentials. Only the name beneath had been blacked out with marker. Written over again, Dane Cormack, in the same looping hand I used when tired. My breath hitched. He said, "Looks official to me." For a long time, we just watched each other. The fire popped. Sparks jumped and died in the dirt. "You need to go," I told him. "Now." He nodded as if agreeing, then said, "When the ranger comes, stay seated. Don't try to explain. Just let him talk first." I didn't answer. He stood up, smooth, deliberate, and circled the fire once, passing close enough for the heat to warp his outline. The smell of pine smoke and sweat filled the air. I caught a clearer look at his face. My face only thinner, hollowed out by exhaustion or grief. Then he stepped beyond the light, into the black line of trees. His boots barely made a sound. I waited for twigs to snap, for the crunch of leaves. Nothing. He was simply gone. I sat there for maybe an hour, forcing myself to breathe. Once I found my courage, I checked my pack again. The shirt was still missing, but my spare flashlight was inside, and the radio, somehow, back in its clip. I turned it on. Static. Switched channels. Nothing but dead hiss. By then, the moon had risen. I decided to pack up, hike toward the truck, and leave the survey till morning. But when I turned toward the logging road, a new sound reached me. Slow, deliberate footsteps coming from the same direction I'd entered the site. Heavy tread, like boots. I called out, "Who's there?" No reply. The steps stopped just outside the ring of light. Then a flashlight beam flickered through the trees. Not steady, but searching. My chest eased a little. Maybe it was a ranger after all. Maybe he wasn't lying. A voice came next, tired and distant. "Mr. Cormac." "Yes," I said quickly. The light drew closer until a uniformed figure appeared. Forest green jacket, badge on the shoulder, older man, gray, bearded. He raised his light to my face, then lowered it, expression shifting to confusion. "Well, damn," he said. "You gave us a scare." I frowned. "What do you mean?" He stepped closer, crouched near the fire. "Your partner called in your disappearance this morning." "What?" He scratched the back of his neck. "Said you'd been missing since Wednesday night. We've been checking the grid since dawn." "I work alone," I said. He looked at me long enough that I could see the reflection of the flames in his eyes. "That's not what the report says." I shook my head. "There's been a mistake." "Maybe," he said. "You mind telling me who called?" "I don't know," I said. "But there was a man here earlier. Looked just like me. Said his name was mine too." The ranger didn't laugh. Didn't even blink. "You sure you haven't hit your head, son?" "I'm fine." He took my shirt, my boots. He said he called it in. The ranger studied me a while longer, then looked toward the darkness where the stranger had vanished. His expression changed, something unreadable, before he turned back to me. "Tell you what," he said. "Let's pack up and head to the truck. You can explain the rest at the station." I didn't argue. My legs felt shaky as I kicked dirt over the fire. When I slipped on my second pair of boots, the ranger's flashlight caught something glinting near the ashes. A metal tag. He picked it up, brushed off soot, and squinted. Then looked at me. It was my Forest Service ID tag. The same one clipped to my vest pocket. The one still attached to my vest right now. He turned it over in his hand. "You carry a spare." I stared at it, unable to speak. He slipped the tag into his pocket. "Well sorted out at the station." As we walked back toward the road, the woods seemed to close around us, branches whispering overhead. Every few steps I thought I heard a third set of boots behind us. Faint, careful, keeping distance. When I turned, the darkness was still. The ranger didn't seem to notice. By the time we reached the truck, my throat felt raw, like I'd been holding my breath for hours. The ranger unlocked the cab and motioned for me to get in. I hesitated, glancing once more down the tree line. There, between two pines, a figure stood, faint, motionless. My flannel gleamed red under the moonlight. The ranger climbed in and started the engine. Something wrong. I blinked. The spot between the trees was empty. "Nothing," I said quietly, as the headlights cut through the forest. I looked at my reflection in the window. Dirt-smeared face, tired eyes. For a moment, I could have sworn the reflection smiled back. A half-second before I did. The ranger's name was Whittaker. His badge said, M. Whittaker. Though his voice had that kind of patient rasp that only came from years of cigarettes and night patrols. We drove through the dark logging road without talking for a while. The forest pressed close on both sides. Trees flashing silver in the headlights like the ribs of something vast and sleeping. When we hit the first gravel turnoff, he said, "You sure you're all right, Mr. Cormac?" "Fine," I said. "Just tired." "You didn't look fine back there." "I wasn't expecting company." Whittaker nodded. "Fair enough." Nobody camps that far off trail unless they want quiet. He checked me again in the rear view. You say the man by your fire looked like you? Yes. He grunted softly. You drink? Not on the job. Any meds? No. Whittaker didn't push further. The truck rattled over a rut, and the cab filled with the smell of damp pine. I caught a flicker of movement in the mirror. Something pale in the bed of the truck. But when I turned, there was nothing. Just my own pack tossed among rope coils and shovels. We passed a sign half, buried in vines, Cumberland Fire Access, Station 3, 6 mi. I said, "What time is it?" "About 11:30, he said. "You were lucky I was close. Got the call around 9. Dispatch said your partner gave coordinates. Said he'd stay put till I found you." I looked at him. "You said that earlier." "Partner? I don't have one." "That's what the report says. Full name, badge number, signature." My stomach turned. "Whose signature?" He glanced at me again, slower this time. "Yours." We didn't talk again until we reached the station. It wasn't much. One squat brick building with a radio tower behind it, and a single truck bay half filled with gear. Inside smelled like coffee and dust. The clock above the desk ticked faintly, the only sound besides the hum of the old refrigerator. Whittaker gestured to a chair. "Sit. I'll pull the incident log." I sat near the map board, tracing the red pins and thin lines of backcountry routes. The site where I'd camped was marked Survey, Zone B14. Someone had already circled it in pen. Whittaker came back with a clipboard, handed it to me. "That's the form your partner sent in this morning." I scanned it. My handwriting, the same slanted letters, the way I crossed my sevens. The narrative line read Cormac and Cormac, Wildlife Surveyors. Subject 1 missing. Coordinates log. Will remain on site. I stared until the words blurred. "This is a joke." "Wish it was," he said. The form was dated October 23rd, 6 to 42 a.m. 2 days ahead. "You see the date?" I asked. Whittaker rubbed his jaw. "Printer clock's been off for months. We never fixed it." "That's not what I'm asking." He didn't answer. I dropped the form on the desk. "Look, I just want to leave. I'll drive back to town tonight, file my own report tomorrow." Whittaker sighed. "Let's slow down. I'll radio in first. Make sure everything's clear." He walked over to the radio set on the counter, flicked the switch. Static poured out. "Dispatch. This is Station 3. Got subject Cormac accounted for, over." Silence. He tried again. Static. The line hissed, then popped, as if something were breathing faintly against the mic. "Storm interference," he muttered. "Always happens this time of year." The night outside the windows looked heavier now, a soft rain beginning to fall. I thought of the man in my flannel walking into those trees, barefoot, silent. Whittaker turned back. "There's a cot in the break room. You can crash here till morning." "I'll pass." "Suit yourself, but the road's slick." "And you look like hell." He wasn't wrong. I hadn't eaten properly since noon, and my nerves were scraped raw. Still, the thought of sleeping inside walls with mirrors and glass made me itch. I asked, "You ever get calls like this before?" "What kind?" "People reporting themselves missing." He took a long sip of coffee, then set it down slow. "Once," he said, "long time ago. Guy up near Pine Hollow. Tracker found his campsite empty. 2 days later, he showed up at the ranger station, same as you. Said somebody else had been using his gear. Claimed he'd met himself out there." "What happened to him?" Whittaker's gaze lingered on the window. Depends who you ask. Report says he went home. Locals say the ranger brought him back out for questioning, but only one of them came down. My mouth went dry. Which one? He didn't answer that either. The clock ticked to midnight. Whittaker said he was going to check the generator out back. The lights had started to flicker. He left through the side door, rain brushing the roof in light sheets. The station felt emptier with him gone. I stood, walked toward the front counter, and noticed something on the bulletin board behind it. A faded photograph pinned under cracked glass. Two men beside a fire, both wearing the same red flannel. One had Whittaker's square shoulders. The other looked like me, or close enough that I felt my stomach twist. Below it, a nameplate read Ranger Incident, Dry Creek Spur, 2004. I leaned closer. The photo was blurred at the edges, like it had been taken in motion. But one detail was sharp, both men's eyes reflecting the same pale light. A sound came from the hallway. The back door creaked open, then shut softly. "Whittaker," I called. No answer. I took the flashlight from the counter and stepped toward the hall. The beam cut through dust and shadow, catching the faint outline of boot prints on the tile. Wet, leading away from the rear door and down toward the break room. When I followed them, I saw something odd. Each print looked doubled, as if someone had stepped exactly into their own tracks. The break room door was ajar. I nudged it open with my boot. The cot was empty, but there was movement in the corner. A man crouched near the wall locker, turning something over in his hands. My light landed on him, and my chest locked. He wore my clothes again. The same torn knee, same patch on the sleeve. He was barefoot this time. The radio hung from his belt. He looked up slowly, face calm. "Told you to stay seated." "Dane." I backed toward the hall, but he rose with me unhurried. "What do you want?" I asked. He tilted his head. "It's not what I want. It's what you already called for." I didn't call for anything. He stepped closer. "You did. You always do. Every time the fire burns low." I gripped the flashlight tighter. "You're not real." He smiled. "That's what I said too." Lightning cracked outside, flashing white through the window. In that split second, his face looked drained. A hollowed-out version of mine, eyes pale as ash. Then darkness again. I bolted for the front door, but the knob wouldn't turn. Behind me, I heard him move, quiet, almost patient, like someone walking in a dream. "Stop running," he said softly. "You'll only make it longer." What's that supposed to mean? He didn't answer. I swung the flashlight behind me, but the beam caught nothing but the empty hall. The sound of rain thickened, pounding the roof in waves. Then the radio on my belt crackled. A burst of static followed by a voice I recognized. "Dane," it said. "Don't bother. I already called it in." The same words, same tone. But it wasn't coming from the man behind me. It was coming from outside. Through the window, I saw movement in the yard. A figure near the tree line, half lit by the station's porch light, wearing my flannel. I froze. The door behind me clicked open without force. Cold air slid past my neck. The man who'd been in the break room stepped out, calm as ever, and walked toward the figure outside. For a moment, their silhouettes overlapped, one merging into the other. Then both turned toward me. "Time to finish the report," one said. The porch light blinked out. I don't remember leaving the station. The next thing I knew, I was standing in the rain beside Whittaker's truck, Engine still idling, driver's door open. The building was dark. My pack sat on the passenger seat, dry as if untouched by weather. I climbed in, slammed the door, and gunned the headlights on. The beam lit the front of the station. 2 sets of boot prints led down the steps into the mud, and then stopped abruptly, as though whoever made them had walked straight upward into the air. I drove until the road curved into blackness. The rain eased. The woods thinned, and eventually I saw the faint orange glow of another fire far back in the trees. For a second, I almost turned toward it, some instinct pulling me like gravity. Then I saw them, 2 shapes by the flames, facing each other across the coals, both wearing my face. Dawn came thin and gray, the kind that doesn't announce itself so much as seep in. When I opened my eyes, I was in the driver's seat. The truck parked on the shoulder of a gravel road I didn't recognize. The rain had stopped. Steam rose from the hood, and the air smelled of damp clay and ash. For a moment, I thought I dreamed everything. The stranger, the station, Whitaker, all of it some fever spun out by exhaustion. Then I saw my hands. They were caked with soot. The flannel on my chest was the same one I'd watched disappear into the trees. I sat there a long time, trying to will the world back into order. When the sun finally broke the ridge, I checked the cabbie, my pack, radio, map case, all present. But the map's markings had changed. Every trail I'd logged over the past week was crossed out in thick black lines. At the bottom corner, written in my own scrawl, "Return to fire." My pulse jumped. I turned the ignition, half expecting the engine to die. It started clean. The radio crackled to life. Not the handheld, but the dash unit locked on the Ranger frequency. Static, then a voice. Station 3 to all units. Be advised, subject Cormac located at mile marker 9. Copy. I grabbed the mic. This is Cormac. I'm here. I'm at the truck. Silence. Then, confirmed. Subject located. The voice wasn't Whitaker's. It was lower. Familiar in the worst way. I killed the radio and stepped out into the morning. The forest looked normal again. Birds calling. Wind through the poplars, as though the night had been scraped clean. But the mud near the tires told another story. 1 set of prints going out from the truck, 2 coming back. I followed them for maybe a quarter mile before they veered into the trees. The path led downhill toward a clearing I didn't remember passing. The closer I got, the stronger the smell. Wood smoke, faint but fresh. When I broke through the brush, I saw it. A small campfire burned low in the middle of the clearing, surrounded by churned-up mud. My old boots sat beside it, still wet, steam rising from the leather. Someone had been here recently. I crouched, touched the ground. Warm. Ashes stirred. The fire was only an hour or 2 old. Then I saw the tag. My Forest Service ID, half buried in the dirt. The same one Whitaker had pocketed. I stood quickly, scanning the tree line. Whitaker. No answer. Just the slow sigh of morning wind. I was about to leave when a flash of color caught my eye. Behind a fallen log, half hidden under moss, lay a field notebook. Mine? Or close enough. The cover was torn at the same corner, but when I opened it, the entries weren't mine. Oct. 21 arrived at Dry Creek Spur. Camp near creek bed. Fire low. Oct. 22 med subject. Claims to be Dane. Cooperative. Fearful. Told him not to call for help. Oct. 23 termination scheduled for 23:15. Fire contained. The last line was underlined twice. I read it again. Termination scheduled. A sound came from behind me. Branches shifting under careful weight. I spun. A man stood there, 20 feet away, holding an old radio to his mouth. He wore Ranger green, Whittaker, but his face was wrong. Too smooth, like a mask stretched thin over something that had forgotten how to smile. "Morning, Mr. Cormack," he said. "You left before we finished the paperwork." "I'm done with your paperwork." He nodded slowly. "I figured you'd say that. Happens every time." "What are you talking about?" Whittaker looked down at the fire, poked it with his boot. "You keep coming back, Dane. We pull the reports, clean the site, and a few months later, there you are again. Same name, same coordinates, same story. You say you were alone. You say someone took your clothes. Always ends by the fire." "That's impossible." "Maybe," he said. "But impossible things get real common out here." I took a step back. "Where's the other one?" He raised his eyes. "Which one's that?" "The one who looks like me." Whittaker smiled faintly. "Depends who you mean." Something rustled to my left. Another shape emerged from the trees. My own shape. Same flannel, same mud-caked boots. Only his face was calm, almost relieved. He walked to the fire and crouched beside Whittaker. "It's done," he said. Whittaker nodded. "Then it's your turn to file." The man, the copy, looked up at me. "Don't bother running," he said quietly. I tried that once. I froze. My mouth went dry. He reached into the dirt, pulled out a second notebook, and handed it to me. My name was scrawled across the cover. Inside, only one line waited: "Do not call for help. Do not break the fire." Whittaker turned away, adjusting his radio. "Dispatch, this is Station 3. Subject confirmed." Static replied, then the same deep voice from earlier. "Copy that. Proceed." Whittaker's tone softened. "You should sit, Dane. It's easier that way." "I'm not staying here." "You always say that." Before I could move, the other me reached into his coat and pulled out a flare. He struck it against the log. The red light bloomed across his face, flickering against mine. "You'll forget soon," he said. "It's how it works. The fire keeps the copy warm." "I don't understand." He looked almost kind. "You don't need to." The flare hissed out, smoke rising. When I blinked, both he and Whittaker were gone. The clearing was empty, except for the dying fire and my boots. I stood there until the silence grew heavy again, then grabbed my gear and walked. I didn't care which direction, as long as it took me away from that place. By afternoon, I found the highway. A trucker stopped, offered a ride to town. He asked if I'd been in the woods long. "Too long," I said. In town, I checked into a small motel near the Ranger substation. Hot shower. Clean sheets. I told myself that's all I needed to shake it off. But when I came out of the bathroom, the TV had turned itself on. Local news. The anchor's voice was clear. "Authorities have identified the remains found near Dry Creek Spur as belonging to wildlife surveyor Dane Cormack, 42. I sat on the edge of the bed. The image on the screen was a photo from my personnel file. Same ID shot, same flannel. The headline scrolled beneath Forrest. "Survestigating mysterious circumstances surrounding death." A knock sounded at the door. 3 taps. Slow, familiar. I didn't answer. Another knock, then a voice, calm. "Mine." "Don't bother," it said. I already called it in. The handle turned. The lights flickered once and went dark. When I woke again, the room was bright with afternoon. The TV was off, door locked from the inside. Everything looked untouched, except the chair by the window, where a pair of boots rested neatly side by side. My boots. Dry now, soles cleaned. Next to them sat a small envelope. Inside was a field report form, dated October 24th, 06:30 a.m. It was filled out completely. Signature line signed Dane Cormack. At the bottom, written in a second-hand file, return to fire. I checked out that evening, drove until the road turned narrow and dirt, colored again. The woods opened like a throat, familiar and waiting. I parked by mile marker 9. The radio on the dash came alive before I touched it. Station 3 to subject Cormac, the voice said. Welcome back. I turned it off. Stepped out. The trees shivered in the cooling light. Somewhere ahead, through the thinning dusk, I could see it already. The faint orange pulse of a fire burning, where no one should be. I started walking. Each step felt rehearsed. And somewhere behind me, in the truck, another radio clicked on, repeating the same phrase over and over. A loop with no breath between lines. Don't bother. I already called it in. My name is Nathan Cole, and I've camped enough weekends to think I know what I'm doing. I'm 30, work in construction back in Spokane, and I usually drive out alone when I need to clear my head. I'm not some survival expert, but I'm comfortable enough with a tent and a map. The trip to the Montana-Oregon border last fall was supposed to be a quick overnighter. Nothing more ambitious than catching the last of the autumn light and maybe photographing elk near the timberline before the snow came in. I left before dawn, coffee in a thermos, truck bed packed tight a cheap ROI tent, my old sleeping bag, a cooler with a sandwich, and a 6-pack. The weather report said mild wind, no rain. Perfect. I'd read on a forum about a decommissioned fire road called Trail 47B, just west of the Bitterroot Divide. Supposedly, it opened onto a small meadow with a stream running through it. Remote but reachable by pickup. That was enough for me. By 10 in the morning, I was well into Forest Service land. The dirt road twisted upward through ponderosa pines, their needles hissing in the wind. I passed one ranger truck coming down, and the guy inside nodded but didn't stop. No check in station. No signs except the occasional faded mile marker nailed to trees. Cell service dropped out around mile 6. I remember thinking, that's fine, because I wanted the silence anyway. The trail narrowed past a washout, forcing me to park and walk the last mile. I slung my pack, locked the truck, and started up the slope. The air smelled like wet bark and sage. The only sound was the crunch of gravel under my boots. It felt clean out there, empty in the best way. By noon, I reached the meadow the forum had mentioned. It wasn't large, just a clearing surrounded by lodgepole pines, with a creek slicing through. The water moved slow and clear. I found a flat spot near a fallen log, pitched my tent, and built a small fire ring from scattered stones. I remember glancing around and noticing old boot prints near the water's edge. Deep, narrow ones like from heavy work boots. Probably hunters, I figured. Lunch was simple ham sandwich, 1 beer, a long stretch of silence. I lay back watching clouds snag on the ridgeline and almost dozed off. When I woke, the light had changed. The sun sharper, shadows longer. That's when I noticed something odd, a faint chemical odor, faint but distinct, drifting up the creek. Not quite gasoline, not quite decay, something in between. I followed it upstream out of curiosity. The creek bent through denser trees where sunlight barely reached. About 100 yards in, I saw a pale shape in the water. At first, I thought it was a deer carcass. The mountains are full of them this time of year. But as I got closer, the outline shifted. not animal. A boot broke the surface, sole facing up. My chest went tight. I took a few slow steps closer, the water rippling around rocks. It was a body, face down, snagged against a branch. The current moved the clothing gently, dark jacket, denim jeans. Pale hands, stiff. One sleeve torn wide open. I stopped 10 feet away, too stunned to move. For a moment, I told myself maybe it was a dummy, some hunter's prank. But the smell killed that hope quick. There's a weight to that kind of odor, sour and heavy, like burnt meat and rot. Training from nowhere kicked in. I backed off, keeping my eyes fixed on the body. I remembered you're not supposed to touch anything, not even check for ID. I turned to head back toward my truck, mind racing for how to get service. That's when I saw the prints again. The same deep boot impressions along the bank, leading away from the creek. Fresh. They weren't mine. I followed them just long enough to see where they went, straight toward my campsite. The next few minutes are a blur. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I wanted to believe it was just coincidence, that whoever made those prints had come through earlier. But the soil was damp, the edges crisp. Too new. When I reached camp, the first thing I saw was my cooler open. The sandwich wrapper lay in the dirt, and one beer can was missing. My tent flap hung unzipped. Nothing else looked disturbed, but that was somehow worse. Like whoever came through hadn't cared about my gear, only that I'd been there. I froze in the clearing, unsure what to do. No cell signal, no radio. It was about 20:30 p.m. Sunlight already sliding lower. I decided to grab my pack, lock the truck, and drive until I hit reception. Report it. Let the professionals handle the body. But as I crouched to close my tent, I noticed something under the flap. A single muddy footprint on the sleeping pad inside. Same tread pattern as the ones by the creek. That was when panic properly hit. I yanked everything out. Sleeping bag, flashlight, knife, and stuffed it into my pack without folding. I didn't even bother with the fire pit, just kicked dirt over the embers and bolted down the trail. Halfway to the truck, I kept hearing things behind me. Branches shifting, water slapping stones. But every time I stopped, the forest went dead quiet again. At the washout, I saw my truck through the trees, sunlight flashing off the windshield. Relief hit hard enough that I laughed under my breath. Then I saw movement behind the driver's door. A figure stood there, broad-shouldered, wearing a dark jacket. He was half turned away, holding something in his hand. I ducked behind a tree and watched, barely breathing. He bent, set the object down near my tire, and walked toward the opposite tree line. No hurry, no glance back. Within seconds, he disappeared into the timber. When I finally stepped out, I saw what he'd left, the missing beer can. Empty, crushed flat. I didn't wait. I jumped in the cab, locked the doors, and started the engine. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely fit the key. The forest road felt narrower on the way out, every bend hiding another shape. I drove until the GPS blinked back to life, about 6 miles. Then stopped at the first ridge where I saw bars on my phone. I called 911. The operator kept me on the line while I explained everything. Coordinates, what I saw in the creek, the prints, the man near my truck. She told me to stay put until a county deputy met me at the junction. I waited 40 minutes with the engine running, staring down the dirt road, convinced I'd see that jacket again. When the deputy finally arrived, a young guy named Weaver, he took my statement on the spot. 2 more patrol trucks, and a search team followed within the hour. I led them back up to where I'd parked earlier. The meadow looked different under the late light. Darker, colder. My tent still sat where I'd left it, flapping gently. We followed the creek upstream, flashlights sweeping. The body was still there, lodged against the same branch. Weaver radioed it in. The other secured the area with tape and took photos. From the distance, the face looked younger than I'd expected. Maybe mid-20s. Male. No wallet, no pack. The boots were standard work type, same tread as the ones near my tent. Weaver kept asking the same questions. Did I touch the body? Did I see anyone else on the trail? Did the man at my truck speak? I answered no each time, though I could still picture the way he moved. Calm, almost casual. As the team worked, I stood off to the side watching the sun sink behind the ridge. For the first time all day, the wind dropped. The forest went completely silent. It wasn't until I climbed back into the patrol truck that I noticed something else in the dirt beside my own tire tracks. 2 sets of footprints, both leading away from where I'd parked earlier. Only one set came back. Weaver kept glancing at me as we drove down toward the county road, like he was measuring whether I was just scared or hiding something. The radio crackled, every few minutes with updates from the team at the creek. Words like male decedent, visible trauma, a known cause. The phrase that stuck out most was, no sign of a weapon. They parked near a turnout by an old ranger cabin that had been boarded up years ago. A larger vehicle waited there. Sheriff's SUV, beige with a cracked antenna. A woman in a dark jacket stepped out as we approached. She looked maybe mid-40s, hair pulled tight, that said she'd seen too much of this kind of thing. Sheriff Decker. She introduced herself, shaking my hand firmly. You're Mr. Cole, the one who found him? Yeah, I said. My voice still felt too small. Just out camping. I didn't touch anything. Good, she replied. We'll keep it that way. Come sit inside a minute. The cabin had become an impromptu command post. 2 deputies unrolled maps across a table, marking grids with grease pencils. A thermos of coffee steamed in the corner, the smell mixing with damp wood, and mud tracked in from boots. Decker started recording on a small body cam laid flat on the table. All right, Mr. Cole, let's go from the top. Time you arrived, where you parked, what exactly you saw. I went through everything again, from the drive up Trail 4, 7B to the boot prints near my tent. My throat was dry by the time I finished. She scribbled notes but didn't interrupt much, except once. The man you saw near your truck, she said, describe him. Dark jacket, heavyset. Couldn't see his face. He left a crushed beer can by my tire. Same brand I had in my cooler. Her eyes flicked up. You think he took it from your camp? Yeah. And there was a footprint in my tent. She nodded slowly, tapping her pen. All right. That lines up with something. I waited for her to elaborate, but she didn't. Instead, she leaned back and asked, ever met anyone up there before? Locals. Hunters? No. First time on that trail. Decker exchanged a look with one of the deputies. He pulled out a file folder, flipped it open, and slid a photo across the table. The picture showed a smiling young man, brown hair, flannel shirt, standing by a pickup. Recognize him? She asked. I looked closely, shaking my head. No. Who is that? Name's Tyler Baird. 24. Reported missing last night by his girlfriend. Supposed to be out hunting near the same area. The words landed hard. That's him, The guy in the creek. We're not sure yet, she said. But the clothing matches what his girlfriend described. I stared at the photo. He looked alive in that way only pictures of missing people do. Caught mid-laugh, unaware of the future. Decker closed the folder. We'll know more after the coroner gets there. For now, we're treating it as suspicious. Outside, dusk had thickened into full twilight. They offered me a ride to the county office to make a formal statement, but part of me didn't want to leave my truck behind. It felt wrong to separate from it after everything. Decker must have seen that on my face because she said, "You can follow us in your vehicle. We're just heading back to base. Stay close." We caravanned down the switchbacks, headlights sweeping the trees. The forest looked different in the dark, every stump like a crouched figure. My hands stayed locked at 10 and 2, knuckles pale. We reached the county building around 9. It was small, squat, with fluorescent lights that buzzed louder than the quiet outside. Weaver handed me a styrofoam cup of coffee that tasted like rust and smoke. They put me in a side office while Decker took calls. Through the glass, I could see her talking with someone from the search team. Her expression didn't change, but she pressed a hand to her temple once, a small gesture of fatigue or irritation. About 20 minutes later, she came in again, holding her notepad. "Mr. Cole, I'm going to ask you something a little uncomfortable," she began. "You mentioned boot prints by your tent, same tread as the victims. That's a pretty specific observation. How close did you get to his boots?" 10 feet, maybe, I said. The tread stood out in the mud. Same ridge pattern, same width. I didn't get close enough to compare, but close enough to notice. She finished. "All right." She scribbled something. Then she added, "The can by your truck. We pulled a print off it. Partial, but usable. It doesn't match yours." "That helps. That's good, right?" I asked. "Means someone else was there," she said simply. "Question is, before or after he went into that creek?" Silence sat heavy between us. I asked, "You think the guy I saw did it?" "We don't know yet," she replied. Could have been an argument, could have been an accident. Could be you scared him, off before he did something worse. We're canvassing the old access roads for any parked vehicles. If he's still out there, we'll find him." She stood to leave, then paused. "You mind if we hold on to your gear for tonight? Just routine. We'll return it once we're done processing." I agreed, even though the thought of sleeping without my things made me uneasy. They gave me a room at a nearby motel, department used for witnesses. One of those roadside places with buzzing neon and carpet that smelled faintly of bleach. I showered twice but couldn't shake the smell of the creek. When I finally lay down, my mind kept replaying the image of that man near my truck. How deliberate he'd seemed. Sometime past midnight, my phone buzzed. Unknown number. "Mr. Cole." The voice was female. "Decker, sorry to wake you. We got confirmation from the coroner. It's Baird. Cause of death's blunt force trauma to the skull. Looks recent, within 24 hours. I sat up. So it wasn't drowning. No. And we found drag marks upstream, like someone tried to move him. Listen, this next part's important. We ran the tread pattern from your photo. The boots at your camp and the victims don't match exactly. They're the same brand, but one's older. Heavier wear on the heel. Meaning the man who walked through my camp wasn't Tyler Baird. He's still out there, I said quietly. That's what we're thinking, Decker replied. We've got units sweeping the logging roads. You should stay put tonight. Keep your door locked. We'll call if we need you. The line clicked off. I sat there in the dark, staring at the curtains. Every sound outside made my muscles tighten. The passing trucks, the hum of the sign. I didn't sleep. Around 3, I thought I heard footsteps on the walkway outside. 2 slow steps, then a pause. The shadow of boots passed under the gap in the curtain. My throat went dry. I waited, barely breathing. A knock followed, soft, 3 times. "Mr. Cole," a voice said. "Mail this time." Calm, low. "You left your cooler in the truck." I froze. My cooler had been taken in as evidence. The knock came again, harder. When I didn't answer, the voice added, "You shouldn't have told them." Then silence. I grabbed the motel phone and hit 0, whispering for the desk clerk. When he answered, I said, "Someone's outside my room." He promised to call the sheriff's line immediately. I kept the lights off, crouched near the door. 10 minutes later, blue and red flashes swept across the parking lot. Decker and 2 deputies cleared the walkway, weapons drawn. No one was there. Just a crushed cigarette on the concrete and a wet footprint leading away into the gravel. She came inside after checking the perimeter. "You sure you heard him say that?" "Positive," I said. He knew about the cooler. Her jaw tightened. "We had that in our custody all night. No one outside this department knew." We stood there, both aware of what that meant. Either someone on her team had leaked details, or the man who killed Tyler, Baird, was closer than anyone realized. Before leaving, Decker said quietly, "We'll move you to another location for the night. Somewhere off the record." I followed them out, still in yesterday's clothes, my pulse hammering. As the sheriff's SUV pulled onto the empty highway, I glanced through the rear window at the motel. A single figure stood under the flickering sign, hands in pockets, watching us go. By dawn, the mountains were gray silhouettes against a washed-out sky. Decker drove in silence until the road curved toward a turnout overlooking the valley. She parked, turned off the engine, and finally said, "Mr. Cole, I think whoever did this knows that stretch of forest better than any of us. He didn't stumble on you by accident." I stared out at the endless tree line, realizing how close everything had been. The body, the tent, the prints by my truck, and how easily it could have been me in that creek instead. Decker pulled off onto a gravel turnout that overlooked the valley like a watchtower. The sun hadn't fully risen yet. The light was weak, just enough to paint the treetops a pale silver. The air smelled like pine and wet asphalt. She cut the engine and leaned forward on the wheel for a moment, thinking. "We'll wait here until daylight," she said. "The team's sweeping the southern access road. If our guy's out there, he'll try to move before they close the perimeter." I nodded, still half numb. I hadn't eaten since noon the day before, but hunger didn't register. The image of the man outside my motel door wouldn't leave my head. His voice was low and even, not angry, just certain. "You shouldn't have told them." "Who else knew about the cooler?" I asked. Decker didn't answer right away. She pulled a thermos from her bag, poured coffee into the lid, and handed it to me. "A few deputies, evidence clerk, me. That's it. So either your department's got a leak," I said quietly, "or he's listening and somehow." She gave a short, humorless laugh. This isn't a movie, Mr. Cole. Out here, it's usually simpler. Someone sees what we're doing. Someone talks at a bar. Word travels. The wrong ears catch it. But she didn't sound convinced. Around 7:15 a.m., the radio flared. Unit 4 to command. Copy. Decker grabbed the receiver. Go ahead. Found a vehicle off logging Spur 9. Black Ford, Idaho plates. Partial VN match to Tyler Baird's missing report. Blood on the tailgate. No driver. She straightened. Stay put and don't touch a damn thing. We're coming. The drive up to Spur 9 was slow. Mud and ice in the ruts, trees closing in tight. I followed in silence while she spoke in clipped bursts on the radio, directing units to block side trails. The deeper we went, the quieter it got. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. When we reached the clearing, 2 deputies were already there. The truck sat half in a ditch, headlights still faintly glowing, though the battery must have been dying. The bed was streaked with dried brown smears. Inside, the passenger seat was shoved forward, a hunting rifle on the floorboard. Decker circled the truck, crouched to inspect something under the door. Boot treed, she said. Same as what you described. A deputy handed her a small evidence bag. Inside was a torn scrap of flannel. She held it to the light, glanced at me, then at the creekward slope beyond the clearing. We're about 1.5 miles from where you found him. She murmured. Fits the drag marks. He was dumped downstream. I stepped closer. So the killer used his own truck. Maybe, she said, or borrowed it. Either way, he ditched it here. Means he's on foot now. That thought made my stomach knot. I looked at the trees, rows upon rows fading into fog. Somewhere in there was a man who'd watched me, walked through my camp, and knew my name. Decker ordered a grid search, then turned to me. Stay by the vehicles. Don't wander. I obeyed for about 10 minutes. Then I saw something down the slope. A glint of metal among the underbrush, half buried near a stump. Sheriff, I called out. But she was already speaking with another deputy, radio pressed to her shoulder. Against my better judgment, I went to look. The metal was a camera. Trail cam style. The lens was cracked, but the SD card slot was intact. It was strapped to a branch with a weathered cord, angled toward the clearing like it had been watching the truck. I called Decker over. She took one look and exhaled through her teeth. That's not ours. She pried the card out carefully, sealed it in an evidence bag. If this thing caught anything, she said, we might finally see his face. We returned to the command post cabin around mid-morning. The tech unit met us there, laptops open, wires everywhere. They plugged in the SD card while Decker and I watched over their shoulders. The first few clips were wildlife. Deer, raccoons, the usual. Then the timestamps jumped. The last file was marked 10:42 a.m., the day before, the same time I would have been pitching my tent. The video loaded. The camera pointed at the truck from a distance. A man stepped into frame. Dark jacket, work boots, broad-shouldered. He opened the tailgate, lifted something heavy. Another man, limp, blood visible in his hair. Tyler Baird. He dropped him like a sack of grain. My throat closed. The man in the video wiped his hands on his pants, then turned toward the camera. His face came into view. I flinched. I knew that face. It was Weaver, the deputy who'd first taken my statement. Decker didn't move. She just stared at the screen, her hand tightening on the table edge. Pause it, she said. The tech froze the frame. Weaver's expression was casual, almost bored. He bent, picked up something from the truck bed, a shovel, and walked toward the trees. Decker finally exhaled. Son of a bitch. For a long moment, no one spoke. Then she said, "He was first on scene. He had control of the area before we got there. He knew we'd find the body eventually." She rubbed her eyes, the fatigue breaking through. "He probably followed your tire tracks in. When he saw you, he panicked. Came back to my camp," I said quietly. "Yeah," she said. "To see what you'd noticed." Everything clicked into place. The missing beer, the footprint, the calm figure by my truck. Weaver hadn't expected me to survive long enough to talk. Decker grabbed the radio. Her voice was steady but sharp as a blade. "All units. Be advised, Deputy Weaver is to be considered armed and dangerous. Last known uniform, dark jacket, service pistol likely in possession. Approach with caution." The response crackled. "Copy that, Sheriff. Roadblocks are being set." But he was ahead of them. We didn't have to wait long. 10 minutes later, a call came in from a forestry worker on the main road. Someone matching Weaver's description had flagged him down pretending to be part of the search, then stolen his truck. Decker cursed under her breath. "He's heading north. If he makes the border, he's gone." She looked at me, eyes hard but not unkind. "You need to stay put. We'll handle this." But I could tell from the set of her jaw that she wasn't sure they'd catch him. By early afternoon, the storm moved in. Sleet, low clouds choking the ridges. They grounded the helicopter search. I sat inside the cabin with 2 deputies. I didn't know listening to radio chatter fade in and out. At 20:30 p.m., a call broke through the static. "This is Unit 3. We've got eyes on the suspect's vehicle. Abandoned near mile marker 7. Possible foot pursuit northbound." Decker was gone before the sentence ended. I stayed where I was told, but the waiting gnawed at me. Every creak of the cabin boards felt like footsteps. I couldn't shake the idea that he might double back, finish what he'd started. Around 4 p.m., a different voice came over the radio. Calm, level, too familiar. "This is Weaver," it said. "Tell Decker. She should have stayed out of it." The deputies froze. One reached for the receiver, but the signal cut to static. We didn't hear anything else for nearly an hour. Then another transmission. "Suspect located. Shots fired. Officer down. No, correction. Suspect down. Scene secure." When Decker returned, her jacket was soaked, hair plastered with sleet. She didn't say much, just sat across from me and pulled off her gloves. "He's dead," she said finally. "Took his own gun." I didn't know what to feel. Relief maybe, but mostly exhaustion. She added, "We found more on his dash cam. Looks like he and Baird got into it during a traffic stop 2 nights ago. Off duty, unofficial. Argument over a hunting permit. We think Weaver hit him, panicked, and staged the dump to look like an accident. When you showed up, he realized someone might connect him to the scene. So he tried to clean it up," I said. "Or silence the witness," she said. "That would have been you." We sat there in the dim light as the heater ticked. Rain hammered the roof, steady and cold. I thought of all the tiny choices that had led me there. Picking that trail from an online forum, stopping to follow a smell, turning back when I did. If any one of those moments had gone differently, my body might have been the one floating in that creek. Decker broke the silence. "You did the right thing, Mr. Cole. Not everyone keeps their head in a situation like that." I managed a small nod. "What happens now?" she sighed. paperwork, statements. You'll probably be tied up a while. After that, you go home. Try to forget. But neither of us really believed that was possible. By the time I finally left the county building, night had fallen again. The air outside was sharp and clean after the storm. My truck waited in the lot, mud still crusted on the tires. Before I got in, I noticed the crushed beer can they'd collected as evidence, sitting on the dashboard in a sealed bag. Decker must have left it there as a reminder or maybe a warning. I held it up to the light. The print smudged on the side looked faint, almost gone. For some reason, I kept it. Driving back toward Spokane, the forest stretched black on either side, mile after mile of dark silence. I passed the same ridges, the same washouts, the same endless trees. When I reached the turnoff for Trail 47B, I slowed, just enough to glance down the empty road. The wind had covered my old tire tracks. Everything looked untouched, as if none of it had ever happened. But the creek was still there somewhere, running cold under the trees, carrying with it the last traces of what I'd found, and what had almost found me. My name is Ranger Daniel Mercer, Search and Rescue Division, Shenandoah National Park. I've worked the Blue Ridge District for 8 years, and I've seen my share of lost hikers, wrong turns, and near misses that could have ended much worse. The thing about disappearances is that they almost never start out looking like emergencies. They start with a misplaced timeline, a missed text, a car that stays parked longer than expected. That's how it began with the case we now refer to, unofficially, as the Eagles Rest Incident. October, midweek, shoulder season. The park was quiet, leaves just past peak, the mountain air sharp enough to keep the crowds light. I was on morning patrol out of the Thornton Gap Station, checking trailhead registers and logging weather updates for the upper ridges. The forecast called for a cold front coming in that night, 40-mile winds along the ridge, temperatures dropping fast. Around 8:30, dispatch patched through a call from a woman named Deborah Tate. Her brother, 34-year-old Evan Tate, hadn't checked in since the previous afternoon. He'd been camping solo near Eagles Rest Overlook, about 5 miles east of the Skyline Drive. That kind of call doesn't sound dramatic on paper. People run late. Batteries die. But something in her voice, tight, steady but shaking underneath, made me pay attention. She said he'd texted her around 3 p.m. the day before. The message was short. Made it to the Overlook. Might stay here tonight, signal's bad. She tried all evening to call, then again that morning. Nothing. By 9, I was at the Overlook with Ranger Preston Hale, another SAR regular. We found the man's Subaru Crosstrek in the lot. Virginia plates. Rental sticker on the back window. The driver's side door was locked. Passenger window cracked slightly. His daypack sat in the front seat. A park map folded open to the Central District. His camping permit was clipped neatly to the dash, dated for 2 nights. He'd signed in for Solo Hike Camp Eagles Rest Spur. That trail isn't heavily trafficked. It drops down into a drainage and then curves along a series of granite shelves before dead, ending at a small clearing, used occasionally for dispersed camping. Though it's not official. We called in the plate, confirmed the registration matched the permit. I noted the time, 09:47, and we began the initial hasty search. The trail down from the Overlook was quiet, wet leaves muffling our steps, sunlight slanting through oak and birch. About a 1/4 mile in, the trail splits at an old fire road. We called his name several times, waited, then logged the GPS coordinates for each call point. No response. By 10:30, we reached the clearing at the base of the spur. The ground was marked by a faint ring of disturbed soil and a few ash flecks. An old campfire, probably within the past day. A small flat patch of grass showed the outline of a tent. The grass was still pressed down, but no tent remained. I crouched, touching the center. Dry, so it had been packed up before the dew came. That suggested early morning, maybe sunrise. About 15 feet from that spot was a nylon cord strung between two trees, the kind used for food bags. The rope still held a carabiner, but the bag was gone. No torn remains, no scraps of wrapper. Hail swept the area for any sign of animals. Bare scat. Prints, but there was nothing fresh. We expanded the circle 20 yards, then 50. The only other thing we found was a titanium cup. Half, buried near the edge of the clearing, still holding a bit of coffee sludge. Lukewarm when touched, but that could have been the sun. I checked the timestamp on my watch, 11:12. We radioed back to base. Reported probable missing subject, male 34, last seen at Eagle's Rest campsite. At noon, the incident was escalated to level 1 SAR. That's the lowest activation level, but it gets more boots on the ground. 2 more Rangers, along with K9 Unit Delta and Handler Ruiz, deployed from Big Meadows. By early afternoon, we established our grid. The command post was set at the overlooked parking lot, using the tailgate of the SAR truck as base. We printed fresh maps and overlaid coordinate sectors using the UTM grid. My assignment was the southwest quadrant, elevation dropping from 3,700 to 3,100 feet. A mix of thick laurel and talus slope. The sort of place where sound dies and compasses like to drift. I took Hale and 1 volunteer. A local hiker named Vaughn who knew the area's side trails. We started our sweep at 13:40. The first couple of hours were uneventful. We followed the usual protocol. Verbal callouts every 50 yards, whistle blasts on each interval. K9 tracks were faint but consistent heading downhill. We flagged each print with orange tape until it vanished along a rock ledge where the soil turned to granite. From there, the dog lost scent entirely. Ruiz called for a scent using the man's shirt from the car. Same result down the trail, then nothing. I've worked plenty of searches where terrain breaks scent lines. Valleys twist, air currents shift, and molecules disperse. Still, there was something unusually sharp about the cutoff, like the trail stopped existing for 50 feet before continuing. We marked it, logged the UTM coordinates, Zone 17S 705E4901, and continued another half mile. Around 15:10, Hale flagged me. He'd found something under a hemlock a small blue dry bag, clipped shut, no tears. Inside were a first aid kit, a lighter, and a compact stove. Each item was clean, organized. Not the sort of thing you drop and forget. Hale frowned, saying, maybe he ditched weight to climb up. I noted the coordinates. They placed us roughly 100 yards off the expected vector, still within his likely travel corridor. We radioed the find to base. Dispatch logged it. Then Ruiz's voice crackled through, saying their GPS pinged the K9's transponder, back near our earlier coordinate mark. Same spot where the scent had died. She thought it might be a glitch, but she'd double-check. I told her to hold off until we looped back north to close our sweep. When we reached that point again, about 1640, the light had gone golden long, wind whispering through the leaves. Ruiz was standing near her truck, looking down at her handheld GPS. She called me over, brow furrowed. Look at this. She showed me the screen. The track log displayed our movement lines, the red trail marking our search route. But the K9 signal, a blue dot, had looped 3 times across the same narrow band of coordinates 70213454219 the same numbers we'd logged earlier. She said she'd rebooted the device twice, replaced batteries once. Each time, same ping. We chalked it up to a software bug. Garmin's do that sometimes near steep canyons, but the topography here didn't justify it. Still, we marked the anomaly on the master map and called it in. Command advised a second grid verification the next morning, daylight permitting. By then, dusk was closing in. The temperature dropped fast, the air biting through layers. We regrouped at the clearing and did one final sound sweep. Hale set up a thermal scope to check the ridgeline. Nothing but the flicker of cooling rocks. At 18:20, the incident commander called the search for the night. Safety first, night SRs in the Blue Ridge can go bad quick. We left reflective markers on the trail pout and drove back to Thornton Gap for debrief. That's when things got strange. Not in any supernatural sense, just in the bureaucratic one. When we uploaded our GPS logs to the central system, every device showed the same odd pattern. The track paths overlapping near those coordinates, looping back on themselves like someone had traced a circle 3 times in the same 10-foot zone. Normally, you might blame signal bounce, but these were clear sky conditions, and 5 separate units don't all drift identically. The SR tech, a quiet guy named Lambert, frowned as he sensed the data. Weird reflection maybe, he said, or a coordinate miskey. He ran the correction algorithm. Same result. Each team's path curved back to that, 1 coordinate block before resuming outward. I leaned closer at the screen. The grid numbers matched exactly what we'd written in the field. 7021345E, 429 Auser 1N. The same numbers that kept popping up on Ruiz's tracker. We finished debrief around 2000. The plan for morning was a full-type TUPIO activation, more personnel, drones, and FLIR sweeps at first light. I volunteered for the return to the south sector. Something about that site bothered me. Maybe just the neatness of the scene, the dry tent spot, the coffee cup set just so. People who vanish usually leave chaos behind. Evan Tate had left tiredness. Before heading home, I called Deborah Tate. It's something I try to do personally when family members are waiting. She answered on the first ring. Her voice was exhausted but composed. I told her we'd found his campsite and some of his gear, but no sign of injury or struggle. She asked the question they all ask. Do you think he's alive? I told her honestly, I don't have reason yet to think otherwise. She thanked me, then whispered something I didn't catch before hanging up. Outside, the ridge lights were flickering in the wind. I stood a while by the truck, watching mist roll up from the valley. The stars were bright, the kind you only get when the world feels very far away. I remember glancing at my own handheld GPS out of habit. The device was still set to display last used coordinates. The screen glowed faintly. 71345E 42901N. I hadn't key-opened that way. I shut it off and told myself it was memory cache. A line of code, not a message. But the feeling stayed with me. Something about circles, repetition. The mountain folding back on itself in a way we hadn't mapped yet. Still, when I drove home that night, I logged it all the same. Coordinate repetition noted. Verify source. That's standard procedure. Just another note in a long day's report. But I didn't sleep much that night. The wind over the ridge kept sounding like a voice calling a name we hadn't yet found. I was back at the overlook by 06:10. The next morning, sky the color of wet slate. Fog coiled low across the valley. The cold front had blown through overnight, leaving that stillness you only get after hard wind. Everything rinsed and brittle. The parking lot was already lined with government trucks, antennae bristling, drone cases stacked near the command canopy. Search and rescue type tubular activation meant full resources, 16 personnel, 3 K9s, and aerial survey support from Park Ops. I signed in, checked my radio, and grabbed a thermos of burned coffee from the communal table. Commander Ellis was running the briefing. Direct, efficient. We reviewed maps pinned under plexiglass, each quadrant color, coded from yesterday's coverage. The plan: expand the grid by half a mile in all directions, focusing on drainages and cliff bases, where a fall could have gone unnoticed. FLIR drone coverage would run parallel to our line search. Remember, Ellis said, this is still a rescue, not recovery. Keep optimism. The room nodded. That tired, automatic kind of optimism that comes from routine more than hope. I was paired again with Hale. Same sector as before, the southwest quadrant, plus a new ranger, Andrea Marks, fresh from Yellowstone rotation. She looked capable. Early 30s, quiet, kept her pack tight and her map laminated. Our team call sign was Sierra 2. The others fanned out north and east. By 0700, we were descending the same narrow spur, fog thinning to reveal streaks of sunlight breaking across the trees. Everything looked sharper than yesterday, the air clean, edges defined. We checked the clearing first. It was untouched, just as we'd left it. No tracks, no animals had nosed through the site overnight. The cup still sat where I'd set it back on the ground, dried now. Hale noted that the ash ring looked slightly wider, though we both knew memory lies about small details like that. I took photographs from multiple angles anyway, time-stamped in GPS log. Then, per protocol, we began our second sweep. The grid extended past our previous line, deeper into the drainage. Marks handled the tracker, Hale managed waypoints, and I called cadence. The terrain was rougher here. Angled rock, loose scree, fallen limbs slick from dew. We moved slow, steady, deliberate. At every 50 yards, I'd call out the subject's name.
Be fine. Ranger service.
If you can hear us, shout! The sound vanished into the trees, coming back flat. Around 08:30, we picked up faint sign near a downed log, a single boot print, partial heel impression, pointing west. Not crisp enough for a cast, but enough to tell direction. Marks measured stride length. About 2 inches, consistent with a man of his height. We followed that bearing, flagging each new trace. The line led us to a rocky ridge, elevation 3, 250 feet, overlooking the valley below. Wind up there was cold, relentless. It scarred away scent and sound both. We paused to radio coordinates. Hale read them out. Sierra 2 to base. Marking probable track, 713480, 489 AN static. Then Ellis's voice, copy. Hold for confirmation. He repeated the coordinates back. They were 3 meters off from the anomaly point, only 3. I frowned, rechecked the GPS. Same numbers. Hale noticed it too, muttering. No way we're back here already. I opened the paper map for visual reference. By terrain, we should have been at least half a kilometer south of yesterday's circle. Yet the handheld said otherwise. I recalibrated compass, checked against declination. Bearing true. The math didn't lie, but the sense did. The forest here was identical, same slope, same scatter of granite, same hemlock line curling down to the hollow. Marks, seeing my face, asked softly, "You think the data's wrong?" I told her maybe, though the doubt in my own voice made it sound like a question. We pressed on another 100 yards. At 095 K9 Delta barked once sharp. Ruiz called from uphill. Possible article. We converged. She knelt beside a mossy rock, holding a small silver object in gloved hands. A watch. Metal band, cracked face, stopped at 7:42. The back engraving read ET. Hale exhaled quietly. That kind of find resets a search team's pulse, suddenly. You're close enough to imagine outcome. We photographed, bagged, tagged, logged. I radioed the find to command. They asked for coordinates. When I read them, there was a pause on the line longer than it should have been. Then Ellis came back, his tone unreadable. Sierra 2. Confirm coordinate 72135 east, 4219001 north. I froze a moment, then said, affirmative. That's what I've got. Another pause. Copy. Stand by for direction. The radio clicked off. Hale looked at me. Marks tried recalculating her handheld, switching satellites. Same result. All three devices placed us right on the same anomaly coordinate again. Same one from yesterday. The supposed software loop. Except now we were standing on new ground. Half a kilometer away by terrain. Command told us to hold position, while they sent a drone to verify. We waited 20 minutes under that wind. The trees whispering above, leaves tumbling across the ridge. I remember the smell of damp stone and pine sap, the kind of clean scent that usually calms you. Not that morning. The drone buzzed overhead, barely visible against the pale sky. After a few minutes, Ellis came back through the radio. Visual confirms your location matches yesterday's marked point. Proceed north-northwest toward drainage channel. Keep logging track lines manually as backup. We moved on, but it sat wrong. It wasn't that I believed in anything paranormal. Just that I couldn't square what I knew about navigation with what the data was showing. GPS signals bounce, sure. But over 2 days, from 5 units, always to the exact same coordinates down to the meter. That's not drift. That's something reproducible. By 10:15, we reached the creek bed. Water thin, cold, running clear over granite. Marks found torn nylon nearby. A strip, maybe 2 inches wide, frayed edge, color dark green. Could have been from a tent fly or a rain jacket. We bagged it. The ground there was slick, dangerous. Hale spotted scrape marks on a boulder. Boot rubber maybe, someone sliding down. I photographed the angle. It pointed north toward a shallow depression ringed by ferns. We followed the drag sign 10 yards, then lost it. The K9 circled, nose down, whining softly. Ruse Seb the dog kept returning to one same patch of soil, pawing, then backing away. We probbed it with trekking poles. Nothing but soft loam beneath. No voids, no hollows. We logged it anyway. At 1100, we called a short break. Hale opened a protein bar, handed half to Marks. I sipped coffee gone lukewarm from my thermos. That's when the radio cracked again. All teams, hold. Command to all units. We have coordinate duplication across 4 sectors. Repeat. Coordinate duplication. The channel filled with static and half-broken replies. Ellis cut through, voice hard. All units log current GPS. Read aloud to confirm. Teams began calling in numbers. Sector northeast-west. All reading variants of 7 and 2 1345 E42901N. Give or take a few meters. I remember Hale's face, eyebrows lifted in disbelief. That's impossible, he said. We can't all be standing in the same place. Ellis ordered manual grid verification using compasses and paper maps. Each team reoriented bearings from the overlook as control point. When plotted manually, our positions diverged normally, spaced out across 2 miles of forest. But the digital devices refused to update. Every single one locked on that same coordinate string. After 30 minutes of this, Ellis suspended GPS use and reverted to analog navigation. "All teams," he said, "treat digital data unreliable until further notice. Maintain line search integrity. Proceed by compass bearings only." It was the right call, but the mood shifted. You could feel morale bend a little. People muttering. Rechecking maps like the paper might suddenly betray them too. Search work relies on trust in tools, and when the tools start lying, you start second, guessing everything, including your own eyes. We kept moving by compass. The terrain steepened, the air cooling as clouds rolled in. By noon, drizzle started, fine and cold. Visibility dropped to 20 meters. We called a stop to done rain shells. The quiet out there was thick, the kind where even radio static sounds distant. I could hear my own breathing loud inside the hood. At 12:25, Marks pointed ahead. Through the fog, a shape, faint, vertical, out of place. We approached slowly. It was a tree, or had been, long dead in half, split by lightning. But something glinted on its bark. Hale scraped it with his knife. Metal underneath. Someone had driven a nail straight through an aluminum tag, the kind used for trail markers. The number etched on it 7/2/1345. Not painted, etched by hand. Marks whispered, "You've got to be kidding me." I took a photo, feeling that small prickle of unease. Not supernatural, just the dread of coincidence stacking up beyond reason. I bagged a flake of the aluminum for evidence, though we had no reason yet to treat it as anything but curiosity. Still, I wrote it in my notebook, underlined twice, field marker found matching coordinate numerals. Verify origin. At 1300, command called us back to regroup due to incoming storm cells. On return hike, we kept strict compass heading, avoiding GPS. But halfway up the spur, my radio crackled faintly, unfamiliar tone, not command frequency. It repeated once, 3 seconds of static, then silence. When I checked the channel, it was still locked on the SAR band. I looked at Hale. He just shook his head, muttering, "Atmospherics." Back at the overlook around 1410, the weather broke open into sleet. We huddled under the canopy as the data techs tried again to reconcile logs. Same result every GPS unit, even the fresh drones. Still snapping back to that same coordinate point, no matter where they'd flown. One tech swore he'd watched his drone half a mile north, but the live tracker dot sat frozen on the anomaly grid. By late afternoon, Ellis called the operation paused due to visibility. "We'll recalibrate tomorrow," he said, jaw tight. "On contact Park IT about interference. Nobody heads out till that's sorted." As I packed my gear, I checked my handheld one more time, half out of habit. The screen glowed steady. Battery full, signal bars solid. Under last known position, it displayed the same line of numbers. Then, below it, timestamp 1300-07. The exact minute we'd found that etched tag. I didn't mention it. Just turned the unit off and zipped it into the pack. When I got back to the barracks that evening, the wind was still rattling the eaves, and fog pressed against the windows like breath. I set the GPS on the desk beside my notebook and tried to focus on the report. My handwriting looked uneven, slanted uphill, like I'd been walking while writing. Maybe I had. After hours in terrain like that, even your sense of straight lines starts to go. But still, I wrote the same note at the bottom of the page, Verify coordinate repetition. Possible electromagnetic interference, satellite misalignment, or mapping error. I underlined, possible. Then I stopped, because the more I tried to make it sound rational, the less it felt that way. When I finally turned off the light, I could still see those numbers in my head, crisp and unwavering 700-21345E, 429,001. Like the park itself was trying to hold that 1 point steady, no matter how far we walked. The sleet passed by dusk, tapering to drizzle that left everything shining in the dying light. Command debated whether to resume a brief evening search or hold until dawn. Ellis wanted more ground covered. He hated leaving gaps, but safety policy said stop before dark. We compromised 2 short-range patrols, each no farther than 1 kilometer from base, to check likely shelter spots where a stranded hiker might hunker down. I volunteered for one of them. Hale tried to talk me out of it. "You've been on your feet 12 hours, Mercer." "Yeah," I said. "And I'd rather finish the loop than stare at a spreadsheet." He shrugged and let me go. Marks joined me, and we took the southern trail, the same one that dipped along the ridge behind the overlook. We set out around 18:10, light fading to that soft blue that makes depth vanish. The trees looked flat against the sky, every shape merging into another. I switched my radio to short-range band, kept it clipped near my shoulder. The forest was quiet in that held breathway that happens before a cold night. We weren't hunting coordinates anymore, just visual sign, fabric scraps, broken branches, disturbed soil. About 20 minutes in, Marks pointed to a tree with peeled bark about chest height. Scratch marks ran vertical, 4 clean lines. Bear sign, probably black bear, though fresher than I liked. I took a photo, marked it on my paper map, and kept us moving. At 18:45, we reached a shallow cut in the ridge, where a trickle of water ran down through stones. Marks noticed a scrap of something caught between rocks. Dark nylon again, same material as the piece we'd found earlier. She lifted it with tweezers and bagged it. I logged coordinates manually from the compass triangulation. Bearing 200 tundra from the overlook, distance 0.7 kilometers. When I glanced instinctively at my GPS, I stopped myself from turning it on. We started back uphill at 1900. Fog sliding in again from the west. Visibility dropped to about 10 yards. Our headlamps carved small circles through the vapor, the beams cutting and dissolving as if swallowed. Marks kept close, one gloved hand, brushing the back strap of my pack so we wouldn't separate. The trail wound upward through a cluster of pines, the smell of wet needles heavy and close. Somewhere to our left, a branch cracked. Not the echoing snap of windfall, just a single clean break. We froze, lamps darting through mist. Nothing moved. I called out, "Evan."
"Ranger service!"
"Stay where you are, silence." Them drip drip from the trees. Marks whispered, "Probably a deer." I nodded but kept my hand near the radio. Every instinct said retreat, but procedure said finish the loop. We moved forward slowly, following the narrow path by compass bearing. At 1922, my radio crackled. 2 short bursts. Then Ellis's voice, faint and distorted. "Mercer, come in, weather worsening, return." Then static. The signal was breaking under atmospheric interference again. I responded, copy, on return vector now, though I had no clue if he heard. The fog grew thicker. My lamp beam bounced back, blinding in reflection. The terrain underfoot felt wrong, uneven where it should have been graded. I stopped to check bearings again, flipping open my compass under the beam. The needle trembled wildly before settling half a point east of true north. I recalibrated, shook it, tried again. Same jitter. Marks frowned. Mag interference. Maybe rock deposits. Keep heading northeast. We'll hit the ridge in 5. We climbed another 50 yards before the slope leveled out unexpectedly. The ground under us flattened to a small clearing I didn't remember from maps. Grass low, wind moving through it like water. Marks muttered, "We didn't come through here earlier." I checked compass again. Needle steady now. Bearing red north, northeast. Correct. We should have been looking down toward the overlook lights, but all I saw was gray haze. I turned one slow circle, trying to find a landmark. Then, faint through the fog, a reflective glint at knee height, like metal catching the beam. I crouched and brushed away wet leaves. Another aluminum tag. Not nailed this time, just lying loose in the grass. Same hand-etched number 721345. Marks exhaled sharply. "You're kidding." I didn't answer. I pulled out an evidence bag, sealed the tag inside, and checked my watch. 1937. I noted it in my log. Then, almost against reason, I powered on the GPS. The screen lit bright green against the dark. Signal bars solid. Coordinates displayed. 724-542-1. Mark swore softly under her breath. We walked almost a kilometer. How can it? She stopped because we both knew the answer couldn't be. Can't. Data doesn't argue back. It just tells you what it thinks is true. We called in our position, but radio only hissed back static. I decided to return by compass. Fast and steady. The fog had shifted, wind coming from the east now. We took the slope carefully, descending through slick leaves. My light caught movement once, a small animal, maybe a fox or raccoon, before it darted away. By 2010, the fog began to thin. The glow of truck headlights appeared through the trees. Relief hit like warmth. We emerged onto the overlooked pavement, boots crunching gravel. Ellis and Hale stood by the canopy, silhouettes against floodlamps. I walked straight to the command table and set the evidence bag down. Found another tag. Same number. Ellis looked at it, jaw tightening. "We'll process it later." He turned to Hale. "Take these two off duty. They've been out too long." We didn't argue. The fatigue had caught up. Eyes burning, legs numb. I turned in my radio and sat on the tailgate drinking cold coffee. Hale came over, nodding toward the tag. "Third one. Second," I said. "That we found." He looked out toward the ridge. "You know, that coordinate doesn't match any historical survey point. I checked last night. Nothing ever plotted there. It's just empty forest." That detail bothered me more than I admitted. Most anomalies have boring explanations: satellite drift, magnetite in soil, human error. But the numbers stayed too consistent, clean to the decimal. They didn't behave like noise. They behaved like a destination. We slept maybe 4 hours that night at base housing, the kind of sleep that's heavy and unsatisfying. When I woke before dawn, fog still hung outside the window. I checked my phone for updates. None. Command planned another full search at first light. Final push before scaling back to limited ops. The pattern was already forming. 24-hour saturation, then data review, then public notice if nothing found. I dressed quietly, trying not to wake the others, and stepped outside. The ridge beyond the barracks was hidden behind. Mist, the trees' faint silhouettes. The air smelled of wet earth and pine smoke from someone's stove miles away. I walked a few paces up the gravel road. Habit made me check it. The screen blinked awake. Coordinates 7213454219001. I hadn't moved more than 20 feet from my door. That's when I did something against training. I followed it. I started walking south, down the maintenance road, then veered onto the service trail that led toward the drainage. The light was just coming up, pale gray through clouds. I didn't radio in. I told myself I was just verifying a signal artifact before the others woke. But part of me wanted to see if the number would finally change, if distance mattered. It didn't. Every 50 yards, I checked again. Same coordinates. Like the device wasn't measuring me against the landscape, but dragging the landscape to match its reading. After about 15 minutes, I reached a low spot where the trail crossed a dry creek bed. Mist pooled there, cold against my ankles. And there, caught in the roots of a fallen tree, was something half buried. A corner of synthetic fabric. I crouched, brushed away dirt. A tent corner. Dark green nylon. I pulled harder and uncovered the whole thing. Collapsed in mud, caked but intact. Inside was a sleeping bag, rolled halfway open. And within that, a phone black, screen cracked. I switched it on. The battery flickered alive for a moment before dying. I pocketed it and radioed command at last. Ellis, this is Mercer. I've got gear located near service trail drainage. Approximate elevation 30, 100. Looks like our subject's tent. Static. Then his voice, breaking through. Mercer. Repeat location. I read the coordinates from the GS. Silence followed. Then, flatly, copy that. Stay put. We're coming to you. They reached me 20 minutes later. Ellis Hale, 2 volunteers. We documented the scene by the book photos. Evidence tags, search perimeter established. The phone was indeed registered to Evan Tate, but there was no sign of him. No blood, no torn fabric. No tracks leaving or entering. Just the tent, like he'd vanished after rolling out of the bag. As the team processed the site, I stood back, watching my GPS still clutched in hand. The coordinates glowed steady. Then, just for a moment, they shifted. 1 digit off in the northing. 421 N instead of 429 outer 1N, a single meter. It shouldn't have meant anything, but I felt a strange relief, like something had finally let go. When we wrapped the scene, Ellis said quietly, "We'll run this as lost to exposure." Weather turned quick. Maybe he tried to hike out at dawn. Lost footing. I nodded, because it was the best answer anyone would get. The report filed later that week read the same. Missing subject likely disoriented, presumed deceased. Remains unrecovered. Case pending seasonal thaw. Months later, when spring opened the trails again, hikers found pieces of gear scattered along the drainage. A stove lid, a rope, that same titanium cup I'd seen the first day. All logged, all explainable. But the coordinates, they still show up sometimes when I plug a new device into the park network. Randomly, like cached memory. 702.1345E42 and maybe it's a glitch. Maybe something in the ridge, geometry fools the signal. Whatever it is, I've stopped chasing explanations. Some points on the map just refuse to move, no matter how far you walk. My name is Eli Warren, and in June of last year, I started my first season as a park ranger at Glacier National Park. I was 24, just out of a resource management program, and still felt a little stunned that the uniform hanging on my bunk actually belonged to me. I'd grown up in Missoula, spent summers hiking here with my dad. But wearing the badge made everything feel different, like I'd crossed a line between visitor and caretaker, between seeing the mountains and being part of them. They started me on Trail 9, one of the quieter routes, mostly used by experienced backpackers who didn't need hand-holding. My supervisor, Ranger Mills, said it was a good assignment for a rookie. Hard to screw up unless you go looking for ways. The trail ran along the southern edge of Lake McDonald, then climbed through a swath of burned forest before cutting east toward Avalanche Pass. My job was simple: check for blowdowns, clear trash, make notes on any erosion, and radio in by 4. That first week passed without much to note. Mosquitoes, tourists ignoring bear lockers, the usual rhythm of trail life. But on the 6th day, I was in the supply shed signing out a new saw when I noticed an old laminated map pinned to the wall. It looked hand-annotated, full of grease smudges and faded pencil lines from past rangers. Most notes were practical. Washout, bridge gone, Hulk calving area. But one small mark caught my eye. Near the midpoint of Trail 9, written in thin blue ink, someone had circled a ridge spur and scrawled stairs. No structure. I asked Mills about it later that evening. Over coffee in the ranger cabin, he frowned. Fat old thing again. Forget it. Some ranger back in the 80s was cataloging odd features. Tree formations, mining remains, whatever. Half of them were misread topo lines. Still, I said, someone wrote stairs. That's pretty specific. He gave me that look older rangers save for rookies, who still think every odd note hides a mystery. Eli, you'll learn quick. The park's full of things that look like something and aren't. You've got tree roots shaped like bones, shadows that move like hikers, and rocks that pile themselves after a hard frost. Don't go chasing ghosts. I said I wouldn't, but the phrase stuck with me. Stairs, no structure, because it was too odd to fit into the usual mistakes. And because Trail 9 was my area, I felt a strange responsibility to understand it fully. By late morning the next day, clouds were already forming over the peaks, the kind that promised rain by evening. I packed light lunch, radio, notebook, GPS, and my saw. The forest was quiet that day. The kind of stillness that always feels like a held breath. I followed the switchbacks up through the burned scar, where blackened trunks stood like thin soldiers, and after about 4 miles, I saw the faint spur trail branching west, the one marked near the circle on the map. It wasn't an official road anymore. The grasses were high, and fallen branches crossed the path. I hesitated a minute, remembering Mills's tone, but the rookie curiosity won out. I marked my coordinates in the notebook and turned onto the spur. The grade steepened quickly, and the air smelled of wet rock and pine resin. After another half-mile, the forest closed in tight, and then, just as my GPS blipped from poor signal, I saw it. At first I thought it was a trick of erosion. But no, it was a staircase. A narrow flight of stone steps rose from the forest floor, maybe 12 feet high, cut clean into the slope. The steps were wide enough for one person, slick with moss and years of runoff. They led up to nothing. The top ended abruptly at air, no platform, no ruin, no sign of a foundation. Just ferns and dirt. The craftsmanship was strange. Too precise for natural rock, but not uniform enough to be modern construction. Each step was slightly uneven. The edges hewn rather than machined. I crouched to touch one. It was cold, coarse granite, not the type common to that section of the park. I took photos, sketched it quickly in my notebook, and radioed in. Base, this is Warren on 9. Do you have any record of masonry or stair structures near grid 40, 6 west, .84? Static. Then Mills's voice, half amused. You're kidding. No, sir. Stone staircase, about a dozen steps. Looks old but intact. A pause, then, "There's nothing on record there, Eli. You're probably looking at old glacial terracing or rockfall. Don't overthink it. Head back before the weather turns." I wanted to believe that, but glacial terracing doesn't carve right angles, and rockfall doesn't line up like a mason's hand. Still, I logged my location, packed my gear, and started to climb the steps. Slowly, testing each one. They held firm. At the top, the ground leveled off into a small clearing, maybe 15 feet across. The soil there looked different. Pale, packed tight, almost like concrete dust had mixed in. I knelt to inspect and found shards of something, smooth gray, too flat for rock. Cement fragments. Old. I was jotting notes when thunder rolled somewhere far off. The air thickened, metallic, the way it does before a heavy storm. I started down, careful not to slip on the moss. But as I reached the last step, I noticed something else. Carved faintly into the riser near the bottom. Letters, shallow but deliberate. 1938 CC Co. 1159. That snapped things into focus. The Civilian Conservation Corps had worked across Glacier in the 1930s, building trails, bridges, and fire towers. Most of their sites were documented, but some had vanished when funding cut out before projects finished. A partial stairway could easily be an abandoned foundation. The logical explanation settled me, though the feeling in my gut didn't match the neatness of that theory. Something about the steps, their placement, the unmarked clearing above, still felt wrong, like a sentence missing its last word. Rain began to fall in thick drops, and I hurried back down the spur trail. By the time I rejoined Trail 9, visibility had dropped to a gray blur. My boots slipped twice on the wet slope, and each time I caught myself on the nearest trunk, the bark slick under my gloves. It took nearly an hour to reach the service road. When I got back to the cabin, Mills was waiting under the awning, coffee mug in hand. "You look like you crawled through a drainage ditch," he said. "Stairs are real," I told him. "Granite, 12 steps. CCC inscription from 1938. He stared for a long moment, then sighed. "All right, bring me your notes." We spread the photos across the table. He studied them in silence. I'll be damned. That does look deliberate. But there's no record of a project there. Nothing in the archives or field reports. What about unfinished structures?" I asked. "Maybe a fire tower that never got built." "Maybe." He rubbed his jaw. "Or maybe it's just one of those ghosts this park keeps around. You'll learn, Warren. Half the history here got buried under snow before anyone thought to write it down." That night, the storm deepened, rattling the cabin windows. I couldn't sleep. I kept picturing the staircase rising from the earth like a spine, the way the top step leveled into that colorless clearing. There had been no signs of beams, no nails, no remnants of timber, just that inscription, barely legible. At some point near midnight, I gave in and opened my laptop. Glacier's archives were half digitized, and after some searching, I found a reference to CCC Company 1159. They'd been based near Apgar, working on erosion control and small stone structures until a fire in late 1938 forced relocation. One notation caught my eye. Trail project suspended, materials reassigned. No coordinates, no follow-up. Just that line. It wasn't proof of anything mysterious. Just incomplete paperwork from nearly a century ago. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had built those stairs for something meant to come later, something that never arrived. By morning, the rain had stopped. The mountains steamed under sunlight, the forest dripping. I checked my schedule. Routine patrol, same route. Mills raised an eyebrow when I said I was heading back up 9. Thought you'd had enough of ghost projects. Just want to mark the site properly for the records, I said, and take better photos in daylight. Fair enough. Log your time out and stay on radio. I left around 8. The forest fresh and quiet after the storm. The trail felt different now. Familiar but charged, as if the place itself remembered being disturbed. The moss along the path glowed green, almost luminescent. When I reached the spur, I noticed fresh runoff had carved new rivulets across the slope. I followed them up to the clearing, heart steady, expecting to find the same stone steps. But when I reached the spot where they should have been, there was only mud and flattened grass. The staircase was gone. By sunrise the next day, I'd already decided to go back up Trail 9. Unofficially this time. The loss of the staircase gnawed at me. I'd marked the coordinates, photographed the site, and even logged the CCC inscription. There was no way I could have misremembered it. Structures don't vanish overnight, especially 12 solid granite steps sunk into a hillside. When I told Mills about it over breakfast, he looked at me a long time before answering. Ely, you're not the first rookie to misplace something out here. Perspective plays tricks. Light changes. You sure you didn't mark the wrong ridge spur? I slid my notebook across the table. GPS, timestamp, photos. I followed the same route yesterday. He flipped through the pages, jaw working. All right, he said finally. We'll get survey to take a look when the weather clears. Meanwhile, don't burn time chasing it. That sounded like permission, but I recognized the subtext. Drop it. So I didn't argue. I just nodded, packed my day gear, and went out as if doing a routine patrol. The forest felt washed clean from the storm, sharp and cool. Sunlight scattered through the spruce canopy, and water dripped from needles in steady rhythm. Everything looked the same, except it didn't. The spur trail where I'd found the stairs had nearly vanished overnight, as if runoff had erased it. Grass bent in the opposite direction. Mud filled the footprints I'd left yesterday. I pushed through the brush anyway, checking my compass every few steps. After half an hour, I reached the coordinates again. The ground was chewed by runoff channels, gray and bare. No sign of stone. I prodded the soil with my hiking stick, just loam and root tangle beneath. I took a slow breath, scanned the area. No prints, no drag marks. If heavy debris had slid or shifted, I'd see displacement. The hillside looked untouched. Base, this is Warren. I radioed in. At grid 46 West Point 84 again. The structure's gone. Nothing here. A pause crackled back. Then Mills's voice. Copy that. Must have been debris after all. Note the coordinates as resolved. You can head back. Something about the flatness of his tone landed wrong. Too quick, too settled. Like he'd already filed it away in his head. I wanted to press to ask how stones could just dissolve, but the channel clicked off before I could answer. I stood there another 5 minutes, letting the forest close back around me. The wind moved through the treetops in uneven pulses, carrying the faint smell of wet granite. When I returned to the cabin that evening, the map on the wall, the same old one where I'd first noticed the note, was gone. The pinholes still dotted the board where it had hung, but someone had replaced it with a clean, printed copy, bright colors, no handwritten marks. I checked the supply shed, the office drawers, even behind the filing cabinet. No sign of the original. At dinner, I asked casually, "Hey, anyone know what happened to that old map? The one with all the pencil notes?" Mills looked up from his stew. Had to be replaced. Outdated markings confused the new hires. "It was there yesterday," I said. He shrugged. Then someone finally followed the memo. "You got a problem with new maps." I didn't answer. That night, I scanned through my laptop again, searching for CCC Co. 1159 and Trail 9. Nothing new, just the same vague reference about a suspended project. I emailed the Park Archive office in Kalispell to ask whether they had any physical ledgers or site plans related to 1938 construction near Lake McDonald. 2 days passed with no reply. On the 3rd, a thin envelope showed up in the cabin mailbox, addressed to Ranger E. Warren in typewriter font. No return name, just the park's administrative address. Inside was a photocopy of a logbook page, yellowed and uneven. The heading read, "CCC Camp 159 Work Log, Sept 1938. Below in faded cursive, Team D Stairs, North Ridge Sector 9 site halted, materials reclaimed. Per order from Eng. Supervisor McKay, do not return to site. Area unstable." I stared at the line. "Do not return to site." The date was September 12, 1938. 2 weeks later, the camp had been disbanded. No explanation recorded. I walked the page down to Mills that evening. He looked at it once, set his coffee aside, and rubbed his forehead. "Where'd you get this?" "Archives office. They must have mailed it." Without a cover note. Nothing but the page. He exhaled through his nose. McKay was an engineer for the Corps. Oversaw some of the smaller stone projects. He died up near 2 Medicine in a landslide that fall. Maybe that's why the site got pulled. Then, why isn't it documented on the park's inventory maps? Because there's no point inventorying half-built stairs to a washed-out tower. Let it rest. That last sentence landed harder than he probably meant it to. Let it rest. But I couldn't. Over the next week, I took every off-duty hour. I had hacked different sections of Trail 9, trying to triangulate what I'd seen. I found twisted rebar once, half buried in mud, maybe remnants of a foundation. Another time, a scatter of quarried stone too uniform to be natural. Always small hints, never the stairs themselves. One afternoon, while checking a lower switchback, I ran into Ranger Abel, a quiet guy who'd been on permanent staff for 10 years. He looked at me, squinting through the light. "You're the kid asking about the stone steps, right?" "Word travels fast," I said. He shrugged. "Just the radio chatter." "Mills told you to leave it?" He did. Abel poked at the dirt with his boot. "You ever notice how this park likes to bury its old work? Fires, floods, mudslides, they wipe things clean every few decades. It's like the place does its own housekeeping." "That's poetic," I said. He gave a small grin. "Not poetry. Just observation. Every ranger chases something out here their first season. An echo, a story, a piece of history they think they'll save. Usually ends with paperwork and silence." He turned away before I could answer. That night, I heard footsteps outside the cabin. Soft, measured. I pulled back the curtain, expecting a late hiker. But the porch was empty except for muddy prints leading away toward the tree line. Human-sized, bare edges softened by rain. I followed them with a flashlight for 10 yards before they disappeared into the grass. Probably just someone passing through camp, I told myself. But it didn't fit. No one else was stationed nearby that week. The next morning, Mills called me into the office. "Got a transfer notice from admin," he said. "You're being moved to Trail 7 for the remainder of the season. They're sending a maintenance team to handle 9. I blinked. I thought I'd finish my section logs. He shook his head. "Orders. Go pack your things." There was nothing defiant to say without sounding paranoid, so I just nodded. Still, something in his eyes said he wasn't comfortable either. He looked tired, like this decision hadn't been his. Trail 7 was shorter, busier, and far less interesting. Families with selfie sticks, ice cream melting on the gravel. I did my shifts, filled my reports, but my thoughts kept circling back to the ridge. One evening near the end of the month, I drove to the park's operations office in West Glacier. The archivist on duty, a gray-haired woman named Ruth Keating, recognized my name from the email. "Oh, you're the one asking about Company 1159, she said. "Strange request. Those records were supposed to be in Helena, but most got lost during a relocation. Do you have anything left here?" She pulled open a drawer and slid out a brittle manila folder. Inside was a single aerial photo, black and white, stamped Sept 1938 Ridge 9 survey. A pale clearing marked the center, faint geometric shadow crossing it. "Is that stairs?" I asked. "Could be," she said. "Could be terracing, like your supervisor said." I held the photo closer. The shape was unmistakable, 12 short lines climbing a slope. At the top, a rectangle outline. Foundation, maybe, never completed. But across the bottom margin, in neat ink, someone had written, "Site collapsed 9015. Removed from map." I looked at Ruth. "Collapsed." She shrugged. "Heavy rains that fall. Happens. Parks keep more ghosts on paper than people realize." Driving back that night, the air felt different. Colder, despite the lingering daylight. I parked by Lake McDonald, listened to the wind move through the burned trees. The mountains across the water looked like silhouettes of older mountains underneath. Somewhere out there, beneath the soil, 12 granite steps might still lie buried under 80 years of runoff. Or maybe they were never fully real. Just a project half imagined, half built, abandoned before anyone could name it. But I know what I saw, and sometimes, when the light hits the ridge just right at dusk, a faint pattern shows through the grass. 6, maybe 7 rising lines that stop midway up the slope. You can almost convince yourself they're still waiting for the rest of the structure to arrive. It's been 9 months since that summer, and Glacier looks different through winter glass. I'm back home in Missoula now, waiting to hear if they'll renew me for another season. The badge sits on my desk beside a manila. Envelope labeled Incident Review, Trail 9. I've read it so many times, I could recite the phrasing from memory. Following heavy precipitation and partial landslide activity, all non-primary routes adjacent to Lake McDonald were reassessed. No standing masonry located. Recommend closure of secondary spurs until further notice. That's it. 13 sentences total, none of which mention a staircase, an inscription, or my report. When I called admin to ask if I could append a field statement, the clerk said the file was complete and no further documentation required. So this, what I'm writing now, isn't an official addendum. It's just the account I need to leave somewhere before I start forgetting the edges. After my transfer to Trail 7, I finished the season quietly. Met hikers, cleaned up camps, checked bare lockers. Every now and then, someone from maintenance passed through camp. They didn't talk much. One afternoon, I asked Abel, who'd stayed behind on 9, what they'd found. Nothing left worth cataloging, he said, and that was all. In August, the park hosted an inter-district barbecue at the staff lot. Over paper plates and instant coffee, a retired ranger named Gene Lowell mentioned. He'd once worked near the ridge decades earlier. Funny spot, he said. We used to get sinkholes up there after storms. Whole chunks of hillside would just drop a few feet. There was talk of an old CCC stairway they had to bury under fill to stabilize the grade. Bury it? I asked. Yeah. Easier than pulling it out stone by stone. Once it's under dirt, it's out of mind. I wanted to press for details, but Gene was already telling another story about grizzlies in the camp dump. Still, his offhand comment fit everything too neatly. Back in town that fall, I started checking local archives on my own time. Glacier's regional office let me access the public CCC collection, boxes of fragile logbooks and photos, smelling faintly of mildew. There I found more fragments of requisition for 12 cut granite blocks, signed by Ing. McKay, dated August 1938. A progress report stating, stairs complete to 12 platform forms pending delivery. Then the record just stops. 2 weeks later, a memo from the superintendent. Project suspended due to slope instability. I showed the copies to a professor friend from the university's geology department. He looked them over and said, if they built on decomposed granite or shallow moraine, a heavy rain could erase the whole thing. You wouldn't even see rubble after 80 years. Except I did, I said. He smiled politely. The kind professors reserve for stories that don't fit their data. By winter, the documents started to mean less than the silence around them. Every system in the park, records, maps, even oral memory, seemed designed to smooth over what didn't fit. Maybe that's how stewardship works. Remove anomalies, keep the narrative clean. The idea unsettled me more than the missing stones ever had. In February, an envelope arrived from the Glacier HR office. Seasonal rehire approved. I'll report back in May, this time assigned to the East District. A fresh start, they called it. But I can't shake the pull of that ridge. A week ago, I drove north for a day, just to see it once more before spring melt. The access roads were half closed, so I snowshoed the last mile alone. The forest slept under 4 feet of snow, every branch heavy, every sound swallowed. At the edge of the old trail, I stopped. The spur was invisible under white, but I knew the turn by heart. I took 10 careful steps off the path and tapped the ground with my pole. It thudded hollow for a moment. Air beneath, maybe a cavity left by meltwater. But then it packed firm again. I stood there a long time, wind threading through the trees, and imagined the stairs still resting below, sealed in permafrost, holding up the hillside. Maybe the engineers had been right to bury them. Maybe every park has its share of forgotten scaffolding, things half built and left to disappear so the wilderness could reclaim its shape. That night, back in town, I stopped by the Ranger Training Center to drop off my renewal forms. Mills was there, reviewing maps under fluorescent light. He looked older, lines deeper around his eyes. "Trail 9 still haunting you?" he asked without looking up. I laughed. "Just tying loose ends." He shut the folder and leaned back. "You did good work out there, Eli." Sometimes good work means knowing when to let the land keep its secrets. Was it a secret, though? Or just something inconvenient? He gave me a tired smile. In this job, those can be the same thing. We talked a little longer. Weather, budgets, wildfire prep, and then he handed me a new assignment binder. East side'll be busier. Fewer ghosts. Driving home. I kept thinking about that phrase. Fewer ghosts. No, there's one more detail I never logged in any report. The day I found the stairs gone. I kept a single fragment from the site, small enough to fit in my pocket, light gray, one edge chipped. I told myself it was just a souvenir of my own mistake, but sometimes I take it out and run my thumb along the surface. It's not natural rock. You can see the faint parallel marks of a chisel. I could turn it in. I probably should. But part of me likes that it's still here. Proof that the memory isn't just imagination. Proof that something human once stood where the maps now show blank space. Last week, I brought the fragment to a local geology lab. The technician looked at it under the scope. Limestone composite, she said. Man-made. Maybe 1930s era binding. She set it down carefully. Where'd you find it? Trail maintenance work, I said. She nodded, uninterested, and wrote construction sample on the bag. That night I dreamed of the ridge again. Sunlight slanting through burned trunks. Water dripping off moss, the stairs rising clean from the soil. Only this time, at the top, there was a platform. Unfinished planks stretching into open air. And a man stood there in a worn uniform, hammer at his belt, looking back over his shoulder as if waiting for me to climb. I woke before I reached him. Dreams aren't evidence, but they leave impressions stronger than reports. Maybe that's why every ranger I've met carries some half-told story in their pocket. Lights in a valley that isn't on the map. A voice across a radio frequency that's supposed to be dead. They'll never write them down, but they'll remember where they were standing when they happened. If I go back this summer, I'll be stationed miles away. Still, part of me plans to hike Trail 9 on a rest day. Just once more, quietly. Not to dig or measure, not to prove anything. Just to stand there and see if the ground still remembers. Because here's the truth I didn't understand that first week. Parks aren't preserved so we can keep their history. They're preserved so history can disappear safely. Fires erase, floods rearrange. People move on, and the mountain stays the same. And somewhere under that mountain, a set of 12 granite steps might still be holding steady, unseen, doing the one job they were built for, supporting weight that never came. I'll write that line in my official log when the season starts. Trail 9 sector stable. No visible hazards. It will be the truth, as the park defines it. But between the words, I'll still see the shadow of the staircase, the one no one admits exists. And I'll keep walking past it like every ranger before me. Eyes forward, radio quiet, listening to the ground breathe beneath my boots.